Yeah, now the meeting is live stream, I think.
It will take a few moments or more.
Okay.
Actually, interviews are
Please,
also
students, hosts, please ensure no one is unmute.
Oh.
Yeah. No. Yeah, we are live. Okay. So now it's 11. So now I think we should start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah. So wait. Okay. Respected Professor B.R. Deepa, Professor Devasi Chaudhary, Professor Alka Chawla, Professor in charge of the Campus Law Center, Dr. Narendra Nagarwal, and all learned participants who joined through Zoom and YouTube live streaming. A very good morning to all of you. Today, I, Jayaprakash, as a webinar secretary, take this opportunity to welcome you all in this national webinar, which is titled is Balancing the Minority Rights in China and India, a constitutional perspective and beyond. Before we start formally, we will start this our webinar with the virtual lamp lighting ceremony. Shubham karotu kalyanam arogyam dhan sampada Shatru buddhi vinasaya arogyam dhan sampada Shatru deepa jyoti namasute. I fold my hand before the light that brings prosperity, auspiciousness, good health, wealth, and destructions of enemies and the like. That the whole hue in the lamp represent negative human tendency. The wick of the lamp symbolize ego. The flame which always looks up represent spiritual knowledge that evolves higher consciousness. We hope this light will illuminate our life and expel all darkness from our life. Now, let me introduce about our prestigious institution, that is the Campus Law Center. The Campus Law Center is dream destination for the law aspirants. It has been consistently ranked among the top law colleges in India. Campus Law Center, in short, which is famously known as the CLC, is the time-tested legal institution as per excellence. It is the national hub of legal studies. Since its inception in 1924, the department has been a leader which is producing many legal luminaries, Supreme Court and High Court judges, leading advocates, political leaders, policymakers, and trendsetters in all walks of life. CLC is an egalitarian institution which is imparting quality legal education at a negligible cost. With the unparalleled expertise of the faculty members, a diverse and multicultural environment, CLC attracts brilliant students from all over the country and abroad. Now, I request our professor in charge, Alka Chawla, to deliver welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor JP. Thank you so much. A very, very good morning to all of you, to all the speakers, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I want to express my appreciation for our faculty team, especially Dr. Narendra Nagarwal and Mr. Jayaprakash Meena, for their valuable efforts in organizing this national webinar on balancing the minorities' rights in China and India, a constitutional perspective and beyond. It is indeed a matter of great pleasure to address the students, academicians, and scholars across the country who have joined to listen to the thought-provoking academic discourse on an important theme of comparative constitutional law of India and China. I hope the webinar discussion will provide an excellent opportunity to understand the Chinese legal system, policy, and constitutional mechanism concerning the protection of minorities. It is my privilege to welcome the most distinguished academicians on Chinese studies in the Campus Law Center and look forward to more such engagements, academic engagements in future. On this occasion, I would like to welcome all our esteemed speakers. I would first welcome Professor B.R. Deepak. He is Professor and Chairperson of the Center for Chinese and Southeast Asian Studies, JNU. Professor Deepak will express his views on China and Tibet beyond the constitutional autonomy. He, as you all know, is one of the most prominent voices on Chinese studies in South Asia. And his thoughts and views are largely based on ground realities and authentic information on China. Professor Deepak has authored many books and research papers on China, Indo-China relations, and his major areas of specialization are Chinese language and literary work, China-India strategic relations, ethnicity and Tibet issues, and China's socio-political and economic issues. So from this wide variety of topics, you can see how well-versed he is in this particular topic. Professor Deepak is recipient of many scholarships and awards, including the prestigious Nehru and Asia Fellowship, and also India-China Cultural Exchange Fellowship for his doctoral and advanced studies in the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences and Peking University, Beijing, respectively. We are very happy to have you with us, sir. It's our honor that you are speaking at Campus Law Center. I would also like to welcome Dr. Debashish Chaudhary. He is going to speak on protection of minorities' rights in Xinjiang. I think I've pronounced it right. I do not know how to say that. Problems, resolutions through legal and political means. Dr. Debashish Chaudhary is currently a faculty in the Department of Foreign Languages, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Punjab. His research interests include Chinese nationalism and ethnicity, regional economy and politics, ethno-national movements in Xinjiang, political dissent, and ethnic literature. Dr. Chaudhary has taught at Jawaharlal Nehru University and also University of Delhi, and he's worked as research faculty at Vivekananda Foundation and Institute of Chinese Studies. I am thirdly, though not on third on rank wise, I am very, very happy to share this online platform with our esteemed faculty, Dr. Narendra Nagarwal, a very, very enthusiastic teacher and a researcher, and liked by the entire faculty and the students too. He's teaching at Campus Law Center, and his primary area of specialization is constitutional law. He's the webinar director, and he is going to deliver his address on debating constitutionalism and balancing the minority rights in China and India. Dr. Narendra Nagarwal is currently teaching, as I told before, he's teaching constitutional law, minority laws, and human rights in India. Besides having a PhD in constitutional law, his work is on critical areas of citizenship law and studies related to secularism, on issues of media law also. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome Mr. Jaiprakash Meena, I think without whom the center cannot run. I always tell him that, JP, if you were not there, I would not know how to run Campus Law Center. So first of all, my most sincere thanks to JP for this. He's an assistant professor in Campus Law Center, Faculty of Law. He has done his BA LLB honors from University of Rajasthan and LLM from National Academy of Legal Research and Studies. Nalsa University of Law, Hyderabad. He continues his academic interest and completed his postgraduate diploma in labor laws. He also has several publications, both in national as well as international journals. Now, with this introduction, I would just like to briefly introduce the theme of today's topic also. And as we all know that the theme of the webinar is very interesting, and I believe that the students of law, they should have a mature understanding of comparative constitutional law, especially the constitution of neighboring countries in India. It is important for the students of law to have a correct perspective of the legal system and some of the important provisions of not only of their own country, but countries like China too, who are our neighbors. I'm happy to share that CLC has a very rich tradition of organizing deep academic discussions on various issues. And this time, we are organizing a national webinar on a comparative constitutional analysis relating to balancing the minorities' rights in China and India, a constitutional perspective and beyond, which I told you before also. You know, many people, they have half-baked information about how the state and authorities in China treat the religious, cultural, and linguistic autonomy of the minorities. Further, the study and information on how China responds to international human rights law framework is also not adequately known to them. I hope this webinar will provide an opportunity to understand how minorities are being treated in China and India as well, and the policies which have been adopted by both the countries to balance the minority rights on one hand and development strategies on the other. It is very well known fact that both the countries, they have very diverse and significant minorities. In India, besides religious minorities, we have a much larger population consisting of caste-based social groups which have suffered from social exclusion and discrimination for centuries now. The governments of both the countries have introduced similar preferential policies, like, for example, affirmative action, etc., for the economic and social well-being. But it still remains unclear how far these policies have achieved their goal. It is therefore very important to examine how the poverty situation of minorities has evolved and whether the introduction of these special measures in their favor, they have led to any appreciable positive impact on their standard of living. I hope this webinar proceedings will result in some meaningful discussion and provide worthy solutions to the problems faced by both the countries. I would rather suggest Narendra and JP, I think you should come out with a report where you can, take the recommendations and views of all the speakers who are going to speak today and put it as a part of, a CLC literature that we have. And in the end, I would like to appreciate and extend a very, very, I would say, a big thank you to the team of students who have organized this seminar. The student organizing committee consists of Akshay Kumar, final year student, Anantu GS, also he's from second year, Kanika Chiller, Minthang Timothy. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to interact with you. With these words, I would formally inaugurate the webinar. Thank you all. My best wishes for a very, very successful webinar. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this your generous introduction to all the speakers and the webinar theme. Thank you for spending the time despite your busy schedule. I know that there is many academic assignments are waiting for you, so I will not take much more time. Your support is always inspire us and guide us to keep work hard for the Campus Law Center. And we will follow your suggestions of the making the literature available after this webinar. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Now we will move forward to our webinar, and the I would like to invite the first speaker of the webinar, that is the Professor B.R. Deepak, who is already introduced by our professor in charge, Alka Chawla. Professor B.R. Deepak is the professor and chairperson of Center for Chinese and South East Asian Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. So the Professor Deepak will speak on the topic that is China and Tibet beyond the constitutional autonomy. So, sir, I invite you to speak on this topic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I have
Unmute, sir.
made some slides, and if you allow me to share them, if
Yeah, you can share.
I think someone has to allow me because I have been disabled for screen sharing.
Now you can share, please. Now you can share
great.
option on the share screen.
Great. So how much time I have?
Sir, you can take your time, but around 40-45 minutes time is estimated.
Okay, that's more than enough.
Yeah.
So now, can you see my slides?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you, Professor Chawla, for those nice words. And I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Narendra Agarwal, who have been insisting me time and again, but I have been a little shy because, to be very frank, I'm not a person of constitutional law, something like that. So I have been, making excuses that please pardon me. And I have not studied Tibet's constitution or as you say, China's constitution, though I have gone through it, but then I have not really researched it. So that's why I just thought that maybe it's not possible. And then he told me to recommend someone Xinjiang, then I thought of Devashish because he has done his PhD on Xinjiang, and I thought he is a better person. But I think this beyond word in the constitutional autonomy, it gives me some space to maneuver my speech, and I hope I will be able to do justice. And the faculty and the students of the center, so they'll benefit whatever I propose today. So here I go with my propositions. At the outset, I make three propositions. One is in view of the troubled status of Tibet, pre-1949 perspectives emanating from China are conflicting. So I think this is also important. It will give you a little bit of the background, what was going on, before 1949. And my second proposition is, though there is a corpus on constitutional autonomy in China, but there is a gap between laws and practice and legal guarantees. So this will also be visible when we go through different perspectives emanating from the Chinese government, their practice, as well as what other people, especially I would like to bring in the perspective from CTA, that is the Tibetan government in exile, which is not recognized by a Chinese government. And my third proposition is the massive development in Tibet has been pronounced as securitization of Tibet by the Tibetan in exile. So these are my three propositions, which we build on, and I'll argue on these lines. So now coming to my first, proposition, that the troubled status of Tibet, because I think it's still troubled. Pre-1949 perspectives emanating from the different stakeholders, whether they are the Republicans or the Communists, they were conflicting as I view them, because this part of, you can say, Tibetan history, I have gone through, and those who are interested, they can go through my book, India and China, 1904 to 2004, A Century of Peace and Conflict. It was published in 2005, basically my monograph, postdoctoral monograph in the University of Edinburgh. To start with, the father of Chinese nation, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, in 1924, he wrote in a manifesto of the first National Congress of Kuomintang Party, that's the Nationalist Party, from 1912 to 1949. And he said that Kuomintang solemnly declares that it recognizes the right of self-determination of all nationalities in China. And he identified 5 races, which included Tibet as one of the nationalities. And they used to call them minority nationalities, but of late, this nomenclature, has been changed to ethnic minority, because national minorities, it may be pronounced differently, as all of you, are well aware about these nomenclature. Now, then, there was the conflict between Kuomintang and the communists, the continuous civil war that created havoc in China. In 1941, it was just a few years before the establishment of People's Republic of China, this Shanxi, Gansu, Ningxia border region. So this border region borders these minority areas, and this was so-called the liberated areas under communist, but most of the country was still under nationalist government. It provided for the establishment of Mongolian and Hui is those Muslim, or I would say the Chinese Muslim, ethnic autonomous regions. This was for the first time, but there was no mention of Tibet being established as autonomous region at this point in time. And we will also see that a little later also, it wasn't there as such. And then a couple of years down in 1945, Mao Zedong, he elaborated that the Communist Party of China policies about minority nationalities. It was, again, I would say, just 4 years before China took over, the Communist Party took over China. And in that, he correlated with what Sun Yat-sen had talked in 1924, that is that the self-determination of the minority nationalities, it should be guaranteed, by any, you can say, political parties who took over final control in China. So he acknowledges that 1924 statement of Sun Yat-sen. And not only that, he said that in order to emancipate themselves economically, culturally, or politically, they should have their own armies. So Mao Zedong in 1945, so he encouraged minority nationalities to build their own parties, essentially, to revolt maybe against the establishment or the nationalist government. So now, going further on, this is just a month before the People's Republic of China was established, and there was an editorial, and most of those editorials and commentaries at that point in time, so they were primarily written by Mao himself. And this one of the editorials it said that we will never let the foreign invaders nibble Chinese territory, Tibet. So it was for the first time, Mao was indicating or hinting that that Tibet, it would be incorporated in the Chinese political map. And then this was a very strong statement. And this was the time when these Tibetan delegations, so they were being sent in various parts of the world, including one of the trade delegation that was a little before in 1946-47. So that had gone to even United States and United Kingdom, including India. In India, so there are a lot of literature on that. So I'll not delve into that. And that is also one of the reasons why the Tibetans in exile, they said that so be but traveling on our own diplomatic passports issued by the Tibetan government at that point in time. So in 1947, we see the establishment of Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. And in 1955, Xinjiang, Devashish will be especially talking about this region. It was established as an autonomous region. So Uyghur are, you can say, Muslim majority in Xinjiang. So this was created in 1955. And in 1958, Ningxia, another autonomous region, you can say, adjoining Xinjiang and Inner Mongolia, it was created 1950. But still, Tibet was not created as an autonomous region. And for I think this you should be knowing the background into the why it was not declared at this point in time, because the 17-point agreement, which was signed in 1951 between China and the so-called Tibetan representative in Beijing, it guaranteed that autonomy. So therefore, there was no need for, I believe, the creation of a Tibetan autonomous region at that point in time, because 17-point agreement was a guarantee. It stipulated that the existing mechanisms, in Tibet, including the religious and temporal office of Dalai Lama, it will be maintained. It will not be abolished. And on top of that, you should be knowing that Tibetans, they have their own parliament known as Kashag. So that would also be maintained. So that means essentially the 17-point agreement, it guaranteed autonomy, to Tibet. So that's why we see by 1958, there was no talk of creating a separate autonomous region in Tibet. In 1957, and these were the times, you can say, troubled times, because the relationship between India and China, it had deteriorated, and then primarily I would say that between India and China, Tibet issue was the only issue that deteriorated relationship, and it continues to be so. So if you see the huge boundary between India and China, mostly it is Tibet. And prior to 1951, there were no PLA soldiers in Tibet. Tibet's borders, they were not guarded by the PLA, but they were guarded by the Tibetan army themselves. In 1957, Mao delivers, another speech, and this is very interesting because Dalai Lama at this point in time, including Panchen Lama, so they were in India, in 1956. Of course, Panchen Lama had gone back, but Dalai Lama was still here in India. He had not gone back, but he has made it clear, or he has hinted to Indian government that he inclined to stay back in India. He doesn't want to go back to China, because China has initiated so-called reforms, in Eastern Tibet, and a lot of you can say concentration was going on between the locals and the Chinese. So it was in that context that Mao delivered a speech on correct handling of contradictions among the people. And one of the contradictions he pronounced was the problem of national minorities and the great problem of Han chauvinism and problem of Tibet. So perhaps for the first time, Mao was elaborating how the Chinese, they have been behaving in Tibet, or sort of like trying to civilize the local ethnic minority in Tibet, considering the Chinese, so they are, the center of the civilized world as it has been in the history. And the minorities, including the Tibet, considered to be, you can say, backward or not civilized. So it is sort of like a white man's burden, rest of the world, or Chinese, Han Chinese burden in China vis-a-vis these minorities in the peripheries. So Han chauvinism was cited and very strongly for the first time, and perhaps this was one of the reasons why it was also included in the constitution. I will come to that a little later when I delve into my second proposition. So it was in 1965, for the first time that Tibet Autonomous Region was established, because by this time you would see that 1959 a rebellion in Tibet had happened. Dalai Lama had left Tibet, and he was residing now in India, and this gave China, sort of like an excuse to abolish the kind of autonomy which had been guaranteed by the 17-point agreement. Kashag was abolished. Even the preparatory committee for Tibet, which was built in the process, and so-called democratic reforms were being carried out. So all of this was abolished, and a new autonomous region on lines of Inner Mongolia, this Ningxia-Hui or Guangxi-Tuan, or this Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. So it was created and applied to Tibet also. So this is a little bit of a historical problem, how China, right from acknowledging that there should be self-determination, and then altogether abolishing the apparatus of autonomy, which was guaranteed by the 17-point agreement between both of them. So this is a little bit about the present situation, and this is a recent study conducted by Andrew Fisher, professor, in Rotterdam University. So you can see right-hand side, this tells the entire story, right from northeast to southwest and south. This accounts for 92%, of the population, and 8%. This is the recent figure. Of course, this includes the increased number of Han population in these minority areas also. So it has increased to 8%. And most of the development also, if we talk about this China miracle or rise of China, it has happened in this part of 92%. But this doesn't mean to say that in 8% it is not happening. It is happening, and if the figures are to be believed, which I will elaborate a little later, you will come to know that the development has been taking place in these areas. So though gradually and slowly, so not at par with the rest of China. So here you will see the exact number of people in Tibet Autonomous Region, TAR. This population in 2010, it was a little above 3 million people, and in 2020 it has reached 3.6 million people, and the difference is of course huge. And if you see this average growth rate, so it is quite you can say reasonable. It's not. And Tibetans, they are over 3.1 million, according to latest census, which was made public in early 2021, though it was though some of the reports they had started emanating in 2020 December also. So you see the difference is some 400 to 21,000. So and it is quite interesting to see if you see also so the population structure of different cities in Tibet and the proportion of minorities and then Han Chinese. So largely it remains in favor of, I would say, Tibetans. For example, big cities like Lhasa, like Shigase, and other in the southwest or south of Lhasa, you would see that it ranges between almost 75% Tibetan population in Lhasa, which is again a little alarming because almost 25% are Han Chinese. But for other cities like Gyanse and Shigase, and so it is much more Tibetans. So they account for between 95 to 98%. So it is quite huge. So if you are interested, so you should go through this study of Andrew Fisher, which I think is quite interesting. So this is just for maybe presenting the existing situation there. So now coming, to my other proposition, that is, though there is a huge corpus of constitutional laws in favor of these ethnic minorities, but there exists a gap, a huge gap between law and practice, and also legal guarantees. First of all, Constitution of China, which was enacted in 1954, and of course it was amended, and the final version was amended in 1982. What we see now, it is the Constitution of China, which was amended in 1982. The very first article, of this Constitution, it states that it is necessary to combat big nation chauvinism. Mainly Han chauvinism. It's quite interesting, and this could be correlated to what Mao Zedong was talking about in 1945, and later on in 1950s. So it was in this context, I think, why the background, I thought it was necessary. So this Han chauvinism is still a problem. And Devashish would also agree that this remains very much the same in Xinjiang. Then Article 4, it proclaims the equality of nationalities and prohibits acts based on great nation chauvinism and local nationalism also. So it prohibits local nationalism, and ethnic minorities are free to preserve or reform their own ways of life or customs, whatever it is. So these are guaranteed by the Constitution of China. And those who are interested, there is an entire section, Section 6, it is entitled Autonomous Organs of Ethnic Autonomous Areas, Article 112 to 122 of the Constitution. It deals with various facets of autonomy provided to the national minorities, whether it is preserving their language, customs, culture, religion, education, or various facets of or including their electoral representation in these local bodies and national assemblies. Now, besides the constitutional, the Constitution of China, I would say there are various other laws. According to one study, there are almost more than 300 laws that also touches upon autonomy or the rights of the minority in China. For example, this electoral law of 1953, it provided for proportionate minority membership in the legislatures. And according to present statistics, it is around between 12 to 14%, for the minorities. But in practice, if you see, the problem, it is the problem between these state legislative bodies, or you can say the party. Because in China, it is the party, it is the Communist Party, which dictates terms, or which also wields the gun. Because in China, you can say the People's Liberation Army, it doesn't belong to China, the state, but it belongs to the Communist Party of China, and it works at behest of Communist Party of China. Regional autonomy law. This is another law which is, apart from these various constitutional amendments or laws, which I cited, that there are more than 300 references made in different laws enacted by China. But there is a special law. It is called, regional autonomy law, or law for protecting the right of minority nationalities. And it was passed in 1984. It is a 74 article, and it's available, so you can see it in the Chinese government website also. And the preface of this law, it states that autonomy shall be under unified state leadership. So this is the new interpretation. This is what I was talking about, the state leadership. And who is state leadership in China? So it is the Communist Party of China. And so it is not the State Council, or it is not, other legislative bodies in China. And it also specifies that autonomous areas shall apply the principle of democratic centralism. This is again, for the first time, these are interpreted in a law, so which has been earmarked, for the regional autonomy of these ethnic minorities in China. And this is applicable to all, not only to Tibet, but all other races. Autonomous regions, so must implement the law and policies of the state. That is whatever is passed by say the central government, and it is obliged to pass them, and then place the interest of the state as a whole above anything else. So that means the interest of the state, so it precedes the interest of the minorities or autonomous regions. So this is specified in, stipulated by Article 7. So Article 30, 37, and 47 allows for the use of local languages in the school and courts, while Article 49 provides for incentives for bilingualism among officials. But if you see the white paper of, you can say, Central Tibetan Administration, so that is the so-called government of exile in Dharamshala. So they have repudiated all that what is claimed here. So that there is no bilingual support. There is the case for the Chinese language in all these minority areas. In fact, it is enforced, and if you are not well versed in Chinese, then maybe there is a discrimination at maybe workplace, not only the workplace, but the very first step when you apply for jobs, and those who are well versed in Chinese, they'll get precedence, over other people. So Article 56 mandates that the state set aside special funds to develop minority areas over and above normal budgetary revenue. So this is true, and but this is also, I would say, because of the strategic, consideration of the government. as far as these minority areas are concerned, because all of these, so they, borders, especially this southwest border of China, it is quite huge. In northwest, it is Xinjiang and India, and in the southwest, it is Tibet, and then mostly, Tibetan Autonomous Region. And if you see this slide, then you will get some sort of idea how much money China is spending, how much budget allocation is being made. This is the 13th five-year plan. This is the last five-year plan from 2016 to 2020. And now there is the 14th five-year plan, that is from 2021 to 2025. So you see the budgetary allocations, and these budgetary allocations are specifically for Tibet. In the 13th five-year plan, it was $20.5 billion for infrastructure development in Tibet. It's a huge $20.5 billion. But you would be surprised to see that now the same budgetary allocation, it has been put at $94.3 billion US dollars for the next 5 years. That is from this year, from the last year, 2021 to 2025. So these are declared budgetary allocation by China, but then there are also undeclared budgetary allocation. So you can imagine the kind of money is being pumped into the infrastructure development of Tibet. And these are some of the, in the right-hand side of the screen, some of the major highways China has already built. So this red line, it is Chengdu, Lhasa expressways, and the green, it is Yunnan, Lhasa. And then this blue one is from Qinghai to Lhasa, and then further, so to Xinjiang, and then another one from Xinjiang coming to this Shijiahe in Tibet. They also have one major airfield here. And then in the south, which are of our immediate concern. So these are some of the highways, so they are connecting to the borders. So this is the Kathmandu, Gyarong, so they are building one. In fact, some of the tributaries which have gone southward, especially in Ningxi, where Xi Jinping visited last year. So it is quite important and very, very near to our Arunachal. So you can imagine the kind of funds, budgetary allocations. So they are being made in these areas. Now coming, back to this constitutional autonomy in China. So national unity, I would say that, so it has been overemphasized nowadays. In fact, if you are watching China, and the day before yesterday, one of former professors from Peking University is also one of the members of the National People's Congress. So he has openly said in one of the articles that over-securitization of China, it may lead China, to the Soviet way. So very, very strong words out there from Jia Qingguo. I hope Devashish, you must have made note of that. Over-securitization, and it could be seen. So national unity has taken precedence over these, you can say, laws, constitutional laws, so which guarantees these regional autonomies in these areas. So autonomous regional authority shall upheld under Article 5 of the Law of Regional National Autonomy. It is a matter of national security under the National Security Law of the People's Republic of China. It is over and above all these constitutional guarantees, whether it is 1954, 82, or various other laws, and the law of regional autonomy of 1984 in 2015. So it you can say in one stroke of brush, that is a brush of national unity, or you can say security. So it undermines the various provisions of the law. So what essentially it means that that these autonomous regions, including Tibet autonomous regions. So these the governments of these regions, they are limited to make proposals only. Essentially, they cannot say that we want this, we can preserve our language in this way or the other way. So it is the government versus party, and as I have hinted that party prevails over any government in or regional governments in China. So this is also one of the reasons that it has failed to offset the growth of economic gap between the Han and minority areas. So which I showed through that line, demarcating the 98% and 92% and 8% areas of China. So another thing I think which is important at this point in time is that these laws, especially the law of 1984, even it is pronounced, even this is in great detail, there are so many stipulations, but it is not entrenched in the Constitution of China. So it is beside the Constitution of China. So that is important. I think we must understand. As a matter of fact, there is no legal guarantee. I would say in China, maybe even if it is enshrined in Constitution, but there is still no guarantee that the autonomous regional governments, they would prevail over the central government or party, as it has happened in the case of Hong Kong. I think everyone knew that basic law of the Hong Kong. So it provides sort of like legal guarantee, right, in China, but that was also done away with. So therefore, if the same parameter has to be applied, to these autonomous regions, so we will see that essentially they don't have any say, and it doesn't make any sense, if you want to use these to protect your regional autonomy, so on and so forth. So this would also be reflected in some of my other slides. So let us see how it has been there. So I call it a regime legitimacy through economic development, because economic development is very, very important in China. And if the growth rate, it slumps, China as Communist Party, so it starts to get worried what we'll do, because so far it has been the only, you can say, thing for legitimacy to continue its rule. So this these couple of slides, so they are based on two white papers. So one is brought by Chinese government in 1921, saying that what we have done in Tibet, it is wonderful. With the rise of China, all minority areas, so they have also risen. So there is a truth in that. I will not deny that truth. The truth is there, and that is just in front of our eyes. But there is also a counter argument, and that is from maybe some of the academicians in the West. And I make use of another white paper which was issued by the Central Tibetan Administration to counter what Chinese so they have to say. So first, former serfs and slaves. So this is China and this also, perhaps is in the context of Han chauvinism, where the Tibetan says that whatever be our system of governance, the China should not intervene in that. But China said that you have been very backward. There were serfs, there were slaves, and the peaceful liberation of Tibet, it did away with that kind of situation in Tibet, and granted around 106,700 hectares of land, because serfs in Tibet, so they were landless and they have to work in these monastic estates, which in turn were all held by these lamas, Dalai Lamas, and aristocracy in Tibet, and most of the population, so they had nothing. So Tibet's GDP was only 129 million RMB. This is in Chinese currency, and in 2020, its GDP exceeded 190 billion. So this is 30.1 billion, and this is huge, quite huge. And the total investment from 1994 to 2020, they are around US $8.36. This, I believe, are primarily, for these developmental works, perhaps not including the kind of infrastructure development be projected through one of the slides, which is quite huge. The counter view is that China has been regarded as the colonial power to demonize and denigrate the social and economic situation in their colonies as backward in order to justify their occupation. So what the Tibetans in exile, they said that China pumps out different minerals resources from Tibet, and it is worth $128 billion. So even if China is investing billions of dollars, but it is taking a much more mineral wealth from Tibet. So this is another, you can say, justification of China, the rule in Tibet, saying that we have brought in huge transformation in Tibet. Highways with the total length of 118,800 kilometers. I mean, this is spectacular because 1 or 2 years back, it was 90,000. So it has reached 118,000. I remember one of our ministers in 2010 making a statement in the parliament that Tibet had made 56,000 kilometers of highways inside Tibet. So you say from 2010, if that statement is true, to 2021. So it is huge, almost doubling the length of the highways and railways also, which is that Qinghai Tibet Railway and the Lhasa Shigatse Railway. This is they are already been built, and construction of Sichuan Tibet Railway is on. This is the high-speed railway, and of course, the one which they had already opened in 2008 that is still there and bringing in a lot of tourists there. So Chinese government said that 35 million tourists they visit Tibet every year. And as we have argued earlier, the Chinese investment in Tibet is all owing to the Chinese strategic infrastructure, and I think we can understand it much better, including those 200 border villages that China has built now, so perhaps also forms a part of this investment. So per capita, this is quite interesting, where the Chinese and Tibet, so they have very, very different views. You can see the rural Tibetans, so they have $2,317 per capita, which is surprisingly higher than the national average of India. And if you put it together with the urban and then the rural, so it comes more than 4,000 US dollars. So Tibet per capita income is about 4,000 US dollars. It is around 4,500 US dollars. But this, according to the Tibetans in exile, it is only 1,000, which I believe maybe is not very realistic. Even if it is half, so it should be more than 2,000 US dollars. From 1951 to 2020, the Chinese government invested 224 billion RMB. The current exchange rate is around 6.3 between US dollar and Chinese yuan. And the number of schools, 3,195 schools of various types have been established. And the schools, they host more than 790,000 students. The medical institutions inside Tibet, 1,642. And life expectancy has increased from 35.5 years to 71. So 1951, when they took over, it was 35, and now it is 71. The Tibetans, so they say that is more to do with politics than a genuine concern for people's welfare. It is to seek regime legitimacy from the combination of Chinese nationalism and economic performance, so which to some extent is also true, but I think the progress, it also cannot be undermined. As far as poverty alleviation is concerned, you know, in 2020, China declared that China has done away with absolute poverty in China, and from establishment of People's Republic of China all up to now, almost 800 million people have been uplifted or elevated from the poverty. And this applies to the regional autonomous regions also. And by the end of 2019, it was also declared that of 628,000 registered poor villages in Tibet by 2020, you know, all have been elevated from poverty. So essentially, according to Chinese statistics, there are no poor people in Tibet now. But the Tibetans in exile, so they say that so this is not true, because many people have been forced to move away from their natural habitats to these, you know, the new houses built by the Chinese government for housing poor people. And religious freedom, if you talk about Chinese government, say that, you know, so we respect the Chinese, the local languages, because 16 periodicals and 12 newspapers, so they are published in Tibetan language in Tibet. And there are registered 4,227 cultural relics of all kinds, and the state has been allocating huge funds for the preservation of these relics. And there are 46,000 registered monks inside various monasteries in Tibet. And the counter view is that the monks, they are selective, they are indoctrinated by China. The Tibetans, they have no say whatsoever, you know, in that. So this is the last slide of this argument and counter argument from China and the Tibetans in exile. From 2015 to the end of 2020, 6.5 billion kilowatt hours of clean energy, you know, it was generated. This is Chinese pitching, you know, for the environmental protection in Tibet, that they have done a great job. But Tibet, so they said that, for example, the forest cover in Tibet, it has been reduced to 13.57 million hectares from 25.2 million hectares, about a 46% reduction between 1950 to 1985. So present figures, so they don't have, and I just put these figures as they have appeared in their white papers. There are huge concerns about mining, damming, rapid urbanization, and mass influx of Chinese migrant settlers. So my last slide is that of my conclusion. So number one is, I think it has been unsuccessful in enlarging the scope of ethnic regional autonomy, owing to the deficiency of legal and political mechanisms to put the ethnic autonomous laws into force, as there are, various, you can say, problems, structural problems, I would say, because of the party, the way it functions, and the way it maybe dictates terms within the Chinese politics. Preferential policies insufficient to offset the growth of the economic gap between the Han and minority nationalities. Since resources belong to the state, distribution is unjust. So this has been seen in various other minority nationality areas, for example, Xinjiang, which has rich reserves of petrol, and the locals, they always say that it has been exploited and it is not been percolated down to the poor of this region. And as we witnessed in the previous slide, same thing is happening in Tibet. Inadequate program for overcoming anti-minority bias, which perhaps is difficult again because of the structural problems, and maybe the security concerns in these ethnic minority areas perceived by the state. So China has been successful in changing the landscape of TAR through development. This we have to acknowledge, but the same has also been used for fostering national unity through ever increasing securitization of minority areas. So which is the point I underlined in my previous slides. While China has been successful in creating minority elites for a stable center-state relations, but additional measures to expand minority rights are required. So this is a problem area. For example, the cadres or the government officials chosen by the Chinese state Communist Party. So these people, they may be instrumental in bringing regional sort of stability and being sort of instrument between state and the local authorities. But these people, they are still few in numbers, and additional measures, if they wanted to bring in, they are incapable because they can only make proposals, and these proposals would be at the mercy of the central government, whether these are approved, implemented, or rejected. This is perhaps the reason as to why China has not ratified the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, even though it was signed in 1998. So I think with this, I'll stop it here. So if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer. So thank you for your patience.
Okay. Thank you, Deepak. We will take the questions in the end. After that, they can raise the questions. Okay. So thank you, Professor Deepak, for telling us the multi-dimension of the constitutional autonomy of China and Tibet. I'm sure your presentation on the topic, enlighten the participants to know about this topic, and also enable the participants to understand the China and Tibet with the new perspective, that is beyond the constitutional autonomy, with a special reference to the minority rights. So once again, thank you, Professor B.R. Deepak. Now I invite to our next speaker, that is the Professor Debashish Chaudhary. Professor Debashish Chaudhary is working in the Guru Nanak Dev University, and he will deliver the lecture on the topic, that is the protection of the minority rights in Xinjiang problem resolution through the legal. Welcome you, Professor Debashish Chaudhary. Over to you, sir. Debashish Chaudhary.
Thank you very much. First, I want to extend my thanks to Professor Alka Chawla and Dr. Narendra Nagarwal for giving me this opportunity to talk on this topic. And of course, Professor Deepak also, he recommended my name. And let's see how we can proceed. This is actually, I am not usually talk in front of legal experts, laws, professors, and students. So please just overlook if I make certain silly mistake. So first I will share my PPT. Let me share my screen. And is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first slide. Okay. So I will slideshow mode. I will go to slideshow mode and see protection of minority rights in Xinjiang, resolution through legal and political means. Actually, Professor Deepak simplified my task. Many things I don't need to mention, and I was not even planning to mention certain things, but especially development related things. There is no doubt that development is happening in these regions the way in Xinjiang, and Xinjiang is actually now a core region in China's Xi Jinping's pet project, BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. So, and another thing the professor mentioned, that is mention about big nation chauvinism, mentioned in Constitution. Yes, it is mentioned in Constitution, but political communication, it is not talked about this in recent years. On the contrary, after Xi Jinping came to power, they are trying to say that they have almost trying to project that they have almost resolved the problem. So here I will try to concentrate on, first I will go through some slides where I will talk about Xinjiang recent developments. So, but this platform where we are talking about minority rights in India and China, and we have experts from Chinese, Indian experts, and Professor Deepak, and I am also trying to bring out certain nuances as far as legally where we are. But actually now India has also been designated as a country of particular concern for poor records in protecting freedom, religious freedom, in 2020 by United States Commission from International Religious Freedom under the US State Department. Anybody can, even I want to question the legitimacy of the US to a certain extent. But at the same time, the world is small and we are interdependent. So if anything happens inside our country, we should be concerned about that also. And any criticism and any comparison as far as minority rights in India and China is actually, this is the first time I am participating in this kind of it. So, I know China has its means to defend international pressure responses as far as Xinjiang is concerned. So here, China defends international criticism in three main ways. It has developed its own discourse of human rights. And that discourse, basically the discourse is right to existence, right to living, and right to develop. So then active global participant in anti-terrorism regime and denial of access to the ground situation and dissemination of a narrative of its China's struggle against international terrorism. The Chinese delegates simply deny the accusation by the United Nations Committee on Elimination of Racial Discrimination in August 2018 and claim that it is fighting against terrorism in accordance to the law of the land. Differences between now this 2019 June, there is a voting, and result was China was favored by 37 countries, and on the issue of Xinjiang. But I don't know, possibly if India faces this kind of situation, our diplomats will very skillfully do the needful. But question is not that. Question is the way comparison is happening these days. It is a one call. So the themes I will cover, international, first is, I have already said, and Xinjiang problem, what is the basic problem and recent developments, and social management to social governance. It happened during Xi Jinping's period, and continuation of legal tradition, legal structure, certain structures, how these various legal institutions are working, and constitution and constitutionality, and finally, again, I will come back to Xinjiang. So here, various dimensions of Xinjiang problem. So I will not spend much time. Editorial and historical, all these problems are very common problem as far as any minority issue is concerned. Governance is another issue, right to rule the region, who will be the rightful ruler, whether Han-dominated party or minorities. Economy, yes, of course, Deepak sir talked about the development. Development is happening, but in somewhere, in other place, I discussed about relative poverty and the rising aspiration of minorities. So unfulfillment of that aspiration actually led to huge resentment among minorities in Xinjiang, especially Uyghur minorities. And then political, religious, political participation. We can understand political participation is actually very tricky kind of thing in China. Then religious, Islam and state-promoted atheism, and Islam, actually Islamophobia is rising in China in recent years. cultural, and not only in Xinjiang, other parts of China as well, and cultural, local culture, custom. And here also, there are certain changes. Recently, 2018, Chinese local authorities forced Chinese Uyghur communities to celebrate Chinese New Year. So this kind of pressure was earlier not there. The linguistic and national and international nationalism and international. This is very important to note here, that setting up of new nations in the post-Cold War era inspired Uyghurs to think that it is possible for them to have independence as well. Though the basis was really not very solid, and this movement actually is a very weak movement, whether it is a violent movement or non-violent movement. It is a very weak movement, not much weaker than Tibetan movement. Stability, local social control, social management, social governance have come again. Actually, all these are social control mechanism. Chinese are trying to develop, and now with new technology, surveillance, and IR-driven, artificial intelligence-driven surveillance is now China wants to do it thoroughly. Already is in the process of doing now. 10 most surveilled cities in the world. 9 of them are in China, fighting ethnic separatism, religious extremism, and terrorism. So this fight is going on and on. So with this conflict in recent years, Xinjiang changing, and one reason is, of course, new policies under President Xi Jinping, rejuvenation of Chinese nation, China Dream, and Belt and Road Initiative. Belt and Road Initiative actually very much affected Xinjiang. So exaggerated rhetoric of threat and people's war. So war is not even this counter terrorism or counter separatism is no more government's measure against rising violence in certain parts of Xinjiang, but it is a people's war. So people's war, the term is very, for Chinese, it is a very specific kind of meaning is there when they use this phrase. So now China wants to make Xinjiang with Chinese characteristic. So what is that, and how they want to do? What is that? It is very difficult to say at present. But what they are trying to do, and they already have started doing, this is transition from counterterrorism to people's war and elimination of unwanted evil forces. So this is not even, it is not a, see, in a conflict situation, fighting an enemy is a common thing, but maximum it was defeating an enemy that used to be the earlier norms. But in the age of securitization, elimination of they are not even enemy, they are actually evil forces, and their elimination is what the government wants. Preemptive attacks against common enemy in the age of AI-driven surveillance, permanent solution of interethnic tension, roots of extremism and free will forces. And this gentleman was transferred to Xinjiang from Tibet, and he gained fame as a pacifier of Tibet. When the period when he was a party secretary in Tibet, that is the time when self-emulsion was happening throughout Xinjiang and Tibet and Tibetan areas. So, so then de-extremization. So de-extremization is a new term. It has its roots in United Nations policies also, and many countries are trying to do de-radicalization of violent tendencies in these countries. So, but in case of China, they are doing it more coercive way. So, convenience police station, grid management, and reactive policing program, mass collection of DNA, and mass anti-terror rallies. They are doing it. In the last few years, it is at one point of time, 2018 onward, it was a common phenomena. So, and lots of common people used to join military-led, army-led this kind of rallies. And extrajudicial detention in name of re-education and vocational training center, crackdown on other Muslim groups. It is not even limited to Uyghur now. So Kazakh, Kyrgyz, and even we Muslims are becoming new targets, targeting Uyghur pride and de-extremization with legal means, bolstering de-extremization activities by legal means. Is a repetition. So, social management to social governance. So, social management, this term came into existence. Actually, this was used in Jiang Zemin's time, but it became a very they tried to Chinese government is trying to develop it as a long-term measure after Arab Spring, because Arab Spring, that regime threatening movement, they were scared of. There was, and there is some kind of Jasmine revolution also happened, but basis, and there is a very scarce resources available on Jasmine revolution, but at least that narrative is there. So new social governance, and in this social governance, legal governance is one important aspect. And Deng Xiaoping talked about for modernization and new modernization, for modernization, Xi Jinping started talking about in social governance, and that is legalization, socialization, legalization, intellectualization, and specialization, all these newizations, and legalization is our thrust here. So I will go to my second continuation of legal tradition. Long history of disciplining population through Confucius teaching, China's and harsh treatment based on legalism, and China in the ancient time, they had a great number of punishable offenses, And traditional concept of kanhua, corrective influence or redemption. So this is still followed, and in the detention camp, actually, this is various re-education program. The basis is corrective measures and transforming masses into a disciplined force of social cohesion and national unity, political culture of reforming individuals through emulation of examples and rewards and punishment, and all these things they has been practicing has been involved in China for a long time during Mao era, and even now it is going on. So I will come to this slide here. There is a slide where I'm showing a statue, and this is a mythical animal. This mythical animal is Chinese symbol of justice. We know Western symbol of justice, but this Chinese symbol is really not looks a little frightening. So, so during Mao period, actually class struggle, class aspect was very much part and parcel of legal reform and establishment of legal foundation. And but what happened? Mao was the single rule of man was very much prominent, and some phenomena we can see now also. Informal legal procedure, collective ethics, collective ethics, this is a mistake. Revolutionary excesses and rule by man hampered development of legal foundation. Deng Xiaoping initiated the process of legal reform with restoration of new constitution. I will come soon that China does not have one constitution. There are a number of constitutions, and but present constitution is 1982 constitution. Jiang Zemin coined governing the nation with law, and he put forward the concept of rule by virtue as well. So this moral thing is continuing till today. Xi Jinping made a socialist rule, made socialist rule up to the core of party's leadership. So with this, I will start some basic information of Chinese constitution, and then I will talk about some structures here. So Chinese party, where Chinese party is situated in this figure. See, Communist Party at the top, Party and State Central Military Commission, and State President, and party's General Secretary. So actually, all other institutions are subordinate to party. And State Council is administrative body, National People's Congress, legislative body, so judicial, and this is supervisory body. So practically, party exists outside the legal system in China. So here I have given some information regarding this various institutions under National People's Congress, and National People's Standing Committee hold national legislative power, and the Commission and Legislative Commission Legislative Affairs Commission LSC. Actually, LSC is a unique kind of institution. It consists of members who are not elected, and sometimes unknown people are gathered in this group to discuss about China's law. So, constitution and other constitution and law, constitution for and committee for internal and judicial affairs, all these things are there. So I'm just giving a quick quickly I will go from here. So here again, legislative chair of the People's Congress, chair of the National People's Congress, NPC, and standing committee, and then National People's Congress, and below National People's Congress, there are local People's Congress. But legislative hierarchy has been referred in the Constitution without clearly drawn jurisdiction. So this is the situation. And even Article 64, which is mentioning about local regulation, but which are the matters, this local regulation comes under local bodies, local people's congresses can handle with, that is not mentioned. So, judicial system, this is just for your reference. People's courts, people procuratorate, and some constitutional articles are mentioned here under which this institute developed and institute exists. So then I will go to Supreme Court. The problem with this local Supreme People's Court, and local People's Court, and various local People's Court is that there is dual leadership. One is they are supervised by upper level counterparts, Supreme and Supreme Court. So if it is a prefectorial level People's Court, then that is supervised by Supreme Court. But if it is a county level, then local level, prefectorial level court will supervise. This is one aspect. And another aspect is they are answerable to people's congresses in each level. So this actually creates lots of problems and disputes among courts and even regions. So this is the situation. And as far as legal position is concerned, so when Xinjiang court gives a judgment on offense, it is sometimes very difficult to take the law, take the case to upper level. So these things happens even county level, so lowest level of local people's courts. So constitution and constitutionality. Here, as I told just now, that Chinese constitution revised but changed as well. So revision and amendment is a common thing, but here they have written Chinese constitution 4 times. And so this is the 4th constitution, 1982 constitution. And this is the constitution. This is after Cultural Revolution. After Cultural Revolution, even in the middle of Cultural Revolution, 1972, they wrote another constitution, because by that time, 1954 constitution was almost invalid, and then 1975 constitution, and then in many ways 1975 constitution is very much similar to cultural revolutions thinking, influenced by cultural revolution thinkings, and that revolutionary kind of aspects were there. And 1972 constitution also had lots of shortcomings. And then when Deng Xiaoping fully in power, 1982, he revised and made a new constitution, where this constitution is almost similar to the first constitution, but in many ways this constitution is much advanced, and rule of law became a slogan. And there was genuine efforts were made. So I will come to that point as well. So 1982 constitution for the first time defines citizen and asserts human dignity. So this is the first time, this is the first step to making a modern constitution. So in China, so that way, this is a very progressive constitution. And then some, I have quoted Deng Xiaoping, constitution should be more comprehensive and precise, and it should really reflect people's rights. It should enable different nationalities to exercise genuine autonomy and preventing over centralization of power. So all these things were mentioned in this quotation, and possibly this was his original intention, but how far he himself could make any progress in this direction, that is questionable. And of course, there was another leader, Hu Yaobang. He was general secretary for some time, and he was general secretary of Communist Party of China. So he was very much he was looking forward for doing some concrete work as far as Tibet is concerned. And of course, in Xinjiang, he has lots of reservations. So with this, some important provisions. Article 13, citizens' property. So as 1982 Constitution talked about citizenship, so citizens' right to property was designated as inviolable. All persons holding nationality of the People's Republic of China are citizens of People's Republic of China, and they are equal before law. But at the same time, while talking about fundamental rights, they have also added duties, fundamental duties. So in fact, at the same time, they are talking about both. In one chapter, they are talking fundamental rights and duties of citizens. Amendment of Article 33 in 2004 recognized provision of human rights. State respects and preserves human rights. So this is the first time. Actually, amendment of 2004 amendment was in many ways different from later, means recent amendment that happened under Xi Jinping 2018 amendment, because that is the time actually intellectuals, law experts, lawyers, and everybody had something or other to talk about this amendment. Government published certain drafts, and then the discussion was happening. So personal dignity of citizens of the PRC is inviolable. This is Article 38 in up to 2019. That is, again, that is a typo mistake, 1982 Constitution. So this some important. No separate chapter for fundamental rights, as I just mentioned. State will dominate as a provider of the rights to its citizens. This is the most problematic thing, that the state is still state still thinks that these rights are not. This is not just. It is a. It is for state to providing rights, means actually rights does not belong to citizens. So, and create condition for employment, enhance occupation safety. So these are things that they are not entitled. People are not entitled. Citizens are not entitled, but state is doing. Actually, it is a favor for the citizens. This kind of meaning comes out from this statements in Constitution. This is Chapter 2, Constitution, fundamental rights and duties of citizens are discussed. The exercise by citizens of the People's Republic of China actually cannot infringe upon this, their right. Citizens' rights may not infringe upon interest of the state, society, and collective. So again, there is a restriction on citizens' rights, but at the same time, the Constitution has not discussed what this state is all about. And now, even official writings sometimes say party state, this phrase appears. So what is this state is all about? And of society or collective, all these things has not been defined in Constitution. With this, and now, meanwhile, we have 2018 amendment, and practically change some basic purpose of 1982 Constitution. Actually, it is called Xi Jinping Constitution, but 1982 Constitution means they used to call Deng Xiaoping Constitution. So this constitution was done contrast to 2004 Constitution amendment. It was done in secrecy, strengthen the constitutional basis of one-party rule and party's leadership. Abrogation, this is the most important. From 1982 Constitution, Deng Xiaoping was very particular about this, and this is a great achievement as far as China's legal reform and political reform is concerned, abrogation. But Xi Jinping, so this under 2018 Constitution amendment abrogated 14 years to 10 years term limit for president and vice president, and brand new organization, State Supervision Commission, came into existence, which is not liable to National People's Congress, answerable to National People's Congress. Then Article 35 of the Constitution stipulates citizens of the People's Republic of China enjoy freedom of speech, of press, assembly, association, etc. But after Tiananmen student movement and after massacre, it is sometimes some scholars try to say that this is a landmark, this is a watershed period. And actually, in many ways, things started changing. Lots of conservative leaders came into power. And in fact, things started changing in minority policy level. So in October 1989, NPC enacted this law of People's Republic of China on assembly, etc. And then Article 14 of the Constitution of approves citizens of people have right to criticize and make suggestion to any state organ leaders, cadres. But these things is actually for a long time, this article helped Chinese right movements other than minority areas. Minority areas, of course, there was some different kind of movement was going on, and whatever movement was going on in Xinjiang, they used to label it as terrorism or separatism. But there were some people's social protest as well, but usually Chinese government never counted that. So everything, what is happening in Xinjiang is terrorism or violent separatism. So, and even thinking can be punishable. I will come to this point, and way of life and everything. Then criminal law also, from Article 296 to 298, these few articles change the Article 32.5 and challenge these two articles I mentioned above. So this is the minority rights. Then let's see the minority rights in Constitution. Okay, this Article 4, I have quoted certain portions from Article 4. All ethnicities in People's Republic China are equal. Lawful rights and interest of the minority state respects. Discrimination against and oppression of any ethnicity are prevented. State assists areas inhabited by minority ethnicities. So I have picked up some words and I have discussed here. So how this, whether it is working or not, and to what extent this article is enforced in the real situation. So first is equality. Numerical advantage and constructed superiority of majority Han is so prominent, then question of equality actually makes no sense. And second is the differences there are here in China. Let me share with you another information that in China there are 55 nationalities, and 55 nationalities there in terms of their importance are different. Those who are living in border regions, the government treats them in a different way. These smaller groups are treated in a different way. As you know, already Deepak sir said that we Muslim, they are also Muslim, but actually mostly Han descendants. And so this this way, there are difference, and state also treats these minorities, these 55 minorities, in a different time, in a different ways. So, but at the end of the day, state is patronizing role of the state is very much there. State protects and provides. As I mentioned, even when they did not talk about minority in general, Constitution has there are phrases like state provides, state improves, state does these or that. So in case of minority, in the first Article 4 of Constitution, where they talked about minority issue, so ethnic minorities, unfulfilled aspiration of minorities is actually a reason. I mentioned about relative poverty and as rising aspiration. And then in the beginning of our reform period, when Chinese government, central government decided to carry out development in large-scale development in coastal regions, actually interior regions were deprived in many ways, and especially a place like Xinjiang, which is a very resource-rich place like Xinjiang, became provider of natural raw resources and raw materials. So at the same time, first and foremost victim of this policy were ethnic minorities. And what this economic development actually, who is benefited from this economic development? It is actually Hanpi, and there is a organization, Xinjiang Production and Construction Corp. This was established in the early 50s, and actually it was a militia come production organization unit, and then it developed as a parallel economy, and now it is infringing on some economic autonomy of minorities. Actually, especially in the village level, they have a vast area occupied by this unit. So, and there are throughout Xinjiang, ex-PCC is there. They are there. They have their own units, and they are engaged in all kind of productions. So, so this is actually this actually goes against. So whenever they're saying that the Chinese state is developing these areas, that is questionable. So lawful rights, interest, and need of minority rights. With inadequate representation of minority communities in decision making, it is almost impossible for them to decide their own fate. And another problem is in the text, in the constitutional text or other legal documents, in Constitution, this all ethnicities, the term came repeatedly. Actually, in preamble, it came almost I think some or more than 7-8 times. All ethnicities does not mean that Han is excluded, majority is excluded. And certain places, it is actually not clear whether text is saying about minority ethnicities or Chinese nation as all communities together. So this ambiguity is there throughout Constitution, and some other documents also you can find this. I am just noted here some regional autonomy and ethnic autonomous region area, and this is a ethnic autonomy. They claim that they practice ethnic autonomy. So I have noted down here some important articles where ethnic autonomy appears. So this is all about that. And actually, this chapter 3, title of the chapter 3 is the organs of self-government of ethnic autonomous areas. So here, again, I have noted down some specific articles, whichever article. This is from 2009, now 112 to 112 to 122. All this article covers this. But no point of talking about this. I will. So, what is my opinion as far as Chinese ethnic autonomy is concerned? I will come in the next. So, ethnic autonomy. So basically, mutual dependence. They're talking about mutual dependence, unity, ethnic unity, national unity, all these things. So, and basis of socialist ethnic relations. This law was enacted in order to buttress regional autonomy. So there is a ethnic regional autonomy law. So, and there is an amendment here. So 2001, 2004, they have came out with this, issued this document. And then 2001, they amended this autonomy law. So here I have noted few points. Total 39 changes were made in the 1984 autonomy law. So states throughout this text, actually states' economic interest is reflected throughout these amendments. So then omission of Article 33. This exclusion of Article 33 fully or partially deprived the right to dispose and use industrial and agricultural products and other local specialties. So actually restricting local government's power. Then another article was also omitted from this after this amendment. So omission of Article 59 ensures that higher state authority, means central government, is no more obliged to support ethnic minorities, ethnic minority regions. So actually this is the new development. So whether it is a progress or going backward, that is questionable. So this is how they are making laws, and making law became a very usual thing. Means they are making law in every second day. So then let me talk about preferential policy. So here are some articles I mentioned where which talks about preferential policies. It was not there in earlier constitution. It was not even today. It is not there. Preferential treatment, preferential policy is not mentioned in constitution. Present constitution also. And then even autonomy law also did not have this provision, but 2001 after 2001 amendment of autonomy law, the preferential policies refer to some articles. And first 4 articles talk about preferential policies to foreign and investment and revenue generation and fiscal transfer, etc., etc. And Article 71 mentions, actually, this is the only article where preferential policies and education and training of ethnic minority communities is mentioned. So preferential policy is a very limited space in legal text. So, but at the same time, there are lots of resentment among Han settlers in Xinjiang and other minority areas and they say that minorities are treated preference and favored in China. So all these things are there, and then here I have noted some information from Article 36 of the Constitution. And so this is saying that freedom of religious belief is there in China, practiced in China, compel citizens. But compel citizens to believe or not to believe is not permissible. Okay, and protect national religious normal religious activities. This normal religious activities is a very ambiguous term. It has not been mentioned, defined, has not been explained anywhere. Even Chinese scholarly articles say it is not mentioned. I mean, it is not discussed that protect normal religious activities. What does normal religious activities mean? And then religious bodies and religious affairs are not subject to any foreign domination. So this is so foreign domination means it is related to many things. Catholics does not have any Roman Catholic does not have any relation with international Rome and Roman Pope and that authority, religious authority. So, and Chinese religious freedom is carefully restricted in every possible way. That is the problem. And that is the problem for China when they deal with ethnic minorities, especially Tibetan and Xinjiang people. A large number of them are actually believer of Islam and Lama Buddhism. So there is a to regulate religion. They came up with the regulation on religious affairs, and this gives local and national authorities right to restrict ethnic religious activities of a minority. So, and this became very restrictions in every possible way. They started imposing and registering and even starting any school, all these things, collective and large-scale religious activities. And these things actually became very serious issue as far as Xinjiang is concerned. So here I will again go back to Xinjiang. Religious policy in Xinjiang had become a major component of anti-terror strike hard measures in the region in 1990s. The authorities imposed restrictions on party and government officials, and most importantly, to develop anti-religious sentiment, the government is trying in an early stage at educational level, school level. So they isolated schools from religious institutions, complete separation of teachers and religious profession, elimination of religious content from teaching, segregation of students and believers, complete restrictions of students to enter religious buildings and not allowed to wear all these things. And of course, many of these rules became universal for everybody. And educational activities should not include any form of religious activities. So for any group of believers, religion becomes a parcel of custom and lifestyle. So they want to change everything and inculcate some kind of Chinese character. And in May 2013, the number 11 document actually talks about distinguish ethnic custom from normal religious practice. Again, they are coming with this is a party document and Xinjiang Party Committee document. And here again talking about normal religious practices. Actually, it gives local level administrators lots of leverage to punish anybody anywhere. So and it's happening these days. So this is how, so this de-extremization actually happening. There is a legal background. They are trying to legitimize what they are trying to do. So this is the rule of China, and they are following, they're claiming that they are following that rule, those rules, those laws and regulations. So some central and regional government passed a series of laws that made wide range of social, cultural, and religious activities of the Uyghur as criminal offense. So wearing burqa, growing beard, all these things has been prohibited. Islam has considered as a source of extremism in Xinjiang. So elimination is most important in this new discourse of fighting against fighting, not only fighting, this is not counter-terrorism. It is not counter-terrorism is no more there. It is actually elimination of roots of extremism, religious extremism. Especially, they have identified that religious is the root of all menace. Following laws became the basis of de-extremization in Xinjiang. National anti-terrorism law, and then I'm not talking about these laws on question answering session. I will talk about this de-extremization regulation on religious affairs in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, regulation on banning burqa and in public spaces. This started in Urumqi city government did this, and then it became a common practice throughout Xinjiang. And implementing regulations on counter-terrorism law. So they See, Chinese law means at local level how they make laws. So there is a national terrorism law, and how to implement national counter-terrorism law, they came up with a regulation, implementing regulation or counter-terrorism law of the PRC. 75 signs of religious extremism among Uyghurs were identified. De-extremization regulation of XUAR upheld party's basic tenet of promotion of sanitization and legalization of religion. So with this, I want to finish my lecture, and I will invite questions and comments. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk in front of law students. And I am, I welcome question and comments from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Debashish Chaudhary, for giving this interesting and very informative presentations. For that, we are thankful for that. You enlighten us on the protection of the minority rights in the Xinjiang problem, resolution through legal and the political means. So in that presentation, you also introduced the Chinese constitutional provision, Chinese judicial legal system. So it was very good presentation. There is a small announcement that question and answer session we will have after the session of our third speaker, that is Dr. Nagarwal address. And so the participant who want to ask the question from our esteemed speakers, they can put it in on the chat box, and in the chat box of the Zoom, if someone is joining through the Zoom, if someone is joined us through the YouTube, then they can put the question, and our team will select the some important questions and they will ask to the team. So this is the one small announcement. Now I welcome our third speaker of the day, that is the last speaker, Dr. Narendra Nagarwal, who is also the webinar director and the webinar director. As the very well introduced by the professor in charge, he is an assistant professor at the Campus Law Center, and he will deliver the lecture on the debating the constitutionalism and the balancing the minority rights in China and India. So over to you, Dr. Narendra
Nagarwal. Thank you. Am I audible enough to all of you? Kindly confirm.
Yes, sir.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Mr. Meena, for your kind words. And
yes, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for confirmation. Yeah, it is my honor to share the online stage with Professor Deepak. He is the honorable professor in JNU and chairperson of the Center for Chinese and Southeast Asian Studies. Respected Professor Debashish Chaudhary sir, he is also one of the leading authority on Xinjiang region, especially the human right issue of minorities in China, and our honorable Professor Alka Chawla in absentia. I am very thankful to you joining us after taking their time to attend this webinar. My dear friends, students, scholars across the country, I wish to begin this lecture with the admission of this fact that it is very difficult to understand and to gather information about China. Under the current scenario, when the maximum emphasis on misinformation, propaganda, false narrative, and compromised media outlets who are spreading the misinformation and propaganda, and they have their own vested interest. Why they want to, they are doing this job. So it is very difficult to develop a kind of a balanced understanding about China. So for example, when I started the Chinese constitution in 2018 and 19, I was so helpless to see that why no authentic information in India. When I discuss with across the country in legal fraternity, maximum teachers are totally unaware about the Chinese constitution. And I wish to give the reference of one interesting incident happened with me, that in a conference in Calcutta, uh, one uh, vice chancellor, he's a reputation position, and he described, what he said, that there is no comparison between India and China, and there is no freedom of speech and expression in China. China is a under the dictatorship rule, and no democracy at all in China. So see, he used the word, a very heavy word of dictatorship in China, and he is totally unaware about the party politics and the structure, the conceptual analysis of the state in China, and the history of China, how the China maintain its growth rate, very, very, very impressive growth rate of last 45 years or 50 years. So it is this kind of situation here. So it is very difficult to develop and to have a fair understanding about China. So I wish to begin this lecture with another important and interesting development about China, and a larger understanding about China in India. That and because we develop our opinion from the some Western promoted uh, media, and what they are saying 24/7 about the Tibet, about the Xinjiang and Uyghur Muslims also. So my argument is very simple, that if the Uyghur Muslims are so depressed and huge and numerous human right violations are there, so why the World Islamic Organization, International Islamic Organization, is silent on that issue? Why they are not taking? Even the Pakistan is the close ally of China, and never raise any issue of the human right and the denial of religious and cultural right of the Uyghur Muslim. So this is the my submission, and I will wish to start my presentation through this thing that. Uh, yeah. So this is my topic, that is the debating constitutionalism and balancing the minority rights in China. If we start the word debating constitutionalism means that the state is not superpower, means in a constitutional authority where the constitution is very functional, and the government work under the constitution. So no authority is supreme, means every authority work under the constitution. And it means that in simple language, you can say that constitutionalism means that there is a complete check and balance, and there is a accountability, there is a responsibility, there is a and time bound and performance related track record, check and balance, everything on that. Whether the policy executed or not, if executed, what is the performance, whether the benefit reached or not. So these are the so yeah, understanding the Chinese constitution. See, if you understand the Chinese constitution, you cannot ignore the the how the Mao, the greatest leader of China, who shaped the Chinese constitution. I am talking about the previous constitution of 1954 and 1975 and 1978. And if you look at all these three constitution. These constitution basically a kind of a, reflection of mixed thought of the Mao ideas, ideology, and his views about the Chinese state. The longest serving constitution is the 1982, which basically give the another look of the Chinese constitution, Chinese society. So if you want to understand the China and Chinese constitution, there are two views are there. Number one, that the constitution under China in the under the Mao leadership, and after 1978, the Deng Xiaoping constitution, how he shaped the constitution and how he prioritized its policy and economic reforms launched by the Deng's regime. So all these things we can understand in a two category, that the Chinese constitution during the Mao and Chinese constitution after the Mao. And yes, it is admitted that during the Mao regime, there are certain mistakes. You know that the Great Leap Forward 1958 and 56, I think, and malnutrition and deaths, unfortunate incident happened. But overall, I wish to quote two important quote of the Mao message, and that show that what he think about the minority of the China. In 1956, if I'm not correct, 25 April 1956 CPC Politburo meeting, Mao has said that that it is very important to coordination with all minority community of China. And if you want to build a strong nation, you cannot underestimate, you cannot ignore the contribution of the minorities. So Mao, according to the Mao views, if you want to build a strong nation, there is no meaning of development, according to Mao, that if a larger population, whether it's a Uyghur, Tibetan peoples, or the Kazakh, or Turkish, or Kyrgyz, etc. So it is very so Mao strongly pitch for the consolidations and integration of all nationalities and giving respect to the all nationalities, and all dispute should be resolved. And in another quote, I wish to mention that in 1957, 27 February, in Supreme State Conference, Mao has said that the all pending dispute with the minority community, especially the Tibetan and the Uyghur Muslims of Xinjiang, that we must resolve all pending dispute. The thing is that during the Long March, and when the Mao established the CPC, Communist Party of China, and when Mao started a revolution, and he received enormous support from the all minorities, and he was in favor of giving the religious and cultural right to all minorities, especially the Muslims also. It is admitted that it is a fact that under the Chairman Mao's rules, Chairman Mao's philosophy, the religion is a kind of a biggest obstacles, and it is essential evil, and that's why that Mao regarded the religion is a useless things and should not be treated as an important area of culture. So Mao was very much against the religion, but he was very much committed to the minorities, that all minorities are entitled to preserve their culture, language, religious affiliations. So this is very important to understand about the mind. Now coming to the Mao Chinese Constitution, that total 138 articles in the Chinese Constitution 1982. This is the longest serving constitution. This constitution is the only constitution which give a kind of a political philosophy of Deng Xiaoping, and who actually a moderate and a different approach altogether from the Mao. He was the ally of the Mao. He is the close associate of the Mao, and he played a very crucial role during the Cultural Revolution and the earlier revolution of the Mao in China. So, and most important thing is that the Chinese society and the National People Congress both are supreme authority. For example, in China there is no multi-party system, because in a country like India and US, where the multi-party system is there, the role of opposition is very, very important. But in China, no such thing like that. That the opposition is totally absent, and Communist Party of China is consisting of all kind of people, but the supreme authority is CPC leadership, in Politburo leadership, and if they want to take any decision, so nobody can oppose. And if they want to build housing for the people, so it will be materialized, no issue at all. So this is the things that about the Communist Party of China and the understanding about the Chinese constitution. Now coming to the second slide. Yeah. Dear students, the preamble of the China Constitution 1982 is very, very important to understand that China is not an ordinary state. China is a unique society, where you can see the one country, two system. If you want to understand the China, you cannot ignore the Chinese constitution give equal weightage to the Hong Kong and Macau and Taiwan also. China constitution give enough provisions for the regional languages also, the state and local level, and the Chinese CPC and the local provincial government also, state congress also, working hard to assimilate, integrate the local people. And I believe that there is nothing wrong in it if China is working hard to integrate. For example, the so-called concentration camp in Xinjiang, as Western media has propagated against China. It is nothing wrong if China is encouraging the people of Xinjiang to learn Mandarin and to understand the socialist vision of the Chinese state. With regard to the cultural right and linguistic right, yes, China has given adequate freedom to the all minority community, like Kazakh, Korean, Mongolian, etc. And China is under obligation to perform and to implement the rights of linguistic minority, as Beijing has entered an agreement with the Oslo recommendation, with giving some guarantee to the linguistic minority, especially those who do not want to study in school level education in the Mandarin or Chinese language. It is very important that in preamble also, that China is a CPC, Communist Party of China, is one of the most important authority. I mean, as sir has already said, that PLA and not working under the NPC, but PLA working directly under the CPC. And aim of the Chinese constitution is very much important. That yes, we can argue that a lot of criticism by the Western society that China is not a socialist state. But if you look at the Chinese constitution, if you look at the policies, if you look at the programs launched after 1982 and 1978 also, 1978, you can see that the immense development, tremendous economic growth, it happened because of the China want to achieve some target, the target of the poverty alleviation, target of the economic prosperity, target of producing the largest middle class in Chinese society. So this is the very, very important. So this is the now next slide. Basically, yeah, as I said earlier, that the when we study the China, though there are two China, basically the you have to understand the China in a different perspective, that the China during the Mao and China during the Deng Xiaoping, and the uh, the earlier constitution were, as I said earlier, that the 1954 and 75 and 78 constitution is a kind of a philosophical reflection of Mao in all these constitutions. And Mao was very much committed to protect, but he also very much committed to establish a strong China, a China who want to give a message to the world community that China can prove, and a revolution and the people should be benefited, and that why the Chinese Revolution is one of the most important historical event of 20th century, and it is very interesting that all minorities, Tibetan minority and Uyghur minority, Kazakh, Turkish, Mongols also supported the Mao ideas. And why they support Mao ideas? Mao has given the assurance to the minority that after the revolution they will be given the benefit of the land reforms, and they will be given more power and positions, and they will ensure the economic prosperity of these farmers and peasant class. So 1975 to 78 constitution, but yeah, after the Mao's death, the Deng's regime, and when he took over the China and he become the president of the Chinese People Republic of China. So you can see the a paradigm shift in Chinese government and policy, Chinese government in action, and he introduced the much publicized, that is the open door policy, means that the economic reform. His famous quote is that it does not matter the cat is black or white, as long as it can catch the mice. Means that socialism does not means that simply we want to uh, remove the poverty, or but we are also here to give maximum happiness, economic security, economic progress, economic prosperity to our own people. That's why you can see the open door policy has launched by the Deng Xiaoping, and massive FDI investment, lot of industrialization work, and all these things happen during the Deng. So issue is not here whether the China has done away with the socialist character and socialism and communism. No, that is not thing. The thing is that the earlier phase of the socialism, as we have seen in the Soviet Union, Russia, it is like it is totally not suitable for the China. And Mao has said, Mao admitted that whatever the mistake done in Soviet by the Stalin, will these mistake will not be repeated in China, because we do not, purpose of the communism in China is to give the power and the technology to the common man. Stalin's socialism basically to establish a Soviet Union, a very kind of superpower and very highly industrialized state. But China Mao believed that such industrialization, massive industrialization, has no use in China. China want economic security, security in the food, security in the agriculture land, security in the per capita income also. So that model is not totally not suitable for China as per the Mao views. So that why Mao rejected the Stalin's uh, uh, recommendations, and he revised the, you can say, he amended the entire communism and implement some of the unique policies of communism. And that is the very important for to understand the China. And during the Deng also, very important thing is that the after the Deng's uh, coming to the power, he initiated so much relaxation. He, because in cultural revolution there was a the complete ban on the religious activities, etc. So in during the Deng's regime, the mosques were open and the prayers, Christians communities can also go to the church also, and lot of relaxation were given to the all minorities. Now coming to the what is the ethnic profile? See, as Professor Debashish Chaudhary has said, and Professor Deepak has already mentioned that the ethnic profile of the China, the 91% population of China is Han and community, but 55 official recognized minority, and they speak 120 different language in People Republic of China. And major communities are Mongolians, Kazakh, Uyghurs, and most in North China, Mongols and Koreans and Manchu are in majority. In West China, especially the sea ice borders, Uyghurs and Xinjiang. South China, Tibet Buddhist is very much there, and Lower China is Vietnam, Taiwan, and South China Sea. This is the area. Now coming to the another important thing, the what are the status of the minority rights in China in Chinese constitution? As Professor Debashish Chaudhary sir has said that enough provision are available in the Chinese constitution. But thing is that we are talking about the minority right in China, and we are focusing on the whether Chinese minority enjoy all special right or not. The thing is that Chinese minorities, especially I am talking about the Uyghur Muslims, they are actually raising the voice of separatists. This is totally unacceptable to Chinese Communist Party. China is after the Deng's and Tiananmen Square incident also, as Debashish Chaudhary has said, that China is very much concerned about sovereignty and all pro-democratic movement. So it is totally means that if you are talking about the minority right in China, are the same right available to the ordinary citizen of China? The answer is no. Yes, the freedom of speech and expression is there but in limited extent. You can't criticize CPC leadership openly. If you have some views, if you want to express your ideas, you want to share some information, there is a ample platform is there. You can meet, you can give some suggestion. There are proper mechanism is there. But if you want to speak and criticize nonsense, and if you make some baseless comment against the CPC, so it will not be tolerated by the Chinese authorities. So what I'm trying to say is that in my view, I personally feel that minority in China enjoy all kind of rights. After the situation is altogether different after 1982, and especially if you can say the better 1978 also, when Deng's decided to open the all mosque, and 8%, I can say the total 45,000, I think, mosque working in China, functional in China, and 32 or 36,000 clergies. Sorry, 46,000 clergies are working. They are on payroll of the government of China. They are receiving remuneration, payment, monthly salary from the Chinese government. So this is very and another important thing is those who are criticizing, those who are making the noise of the gross human right violation in China against Uyghur Muslim. China has given strong response to all these critics by saying that had you seen any communal massacre in China against Uyghur? Can you detect? Can you mention one incident of the communal violence or mass killing of the Uyghur Muslims. Because the thing is that China has not only worked for to establish a socialist state, but China has also worked for the uh, uh, secularize the people of the Chinese citizens. Means secularism is not only in Chinese constitution. There is no word of Chinese constitution of China and in the secularism word. But Chinese state is very much concerned about the secularize the people. Means religion-based discrimination totally not totally prohibited in Chinese society. You cannot, and there is no incident of racism. So far as my concern, I have studied a lot. I try to get any. But yeah, we can say that the Han chauvinism is separate thing. Yes, Han is dominating in all section. It is a matter of grave concern that the all minorities uh, working in a very low profile job like taxi drivers, the small jobs, and low pay officers, as etc etc. So this is the, if we look at the Chinese constitution and what is the position of the minority rights in China, Article 36 very important of Chinese constitution, which give the freedom of religion and belief, which means that this right is not only applicable to all Han community, but it also applicable to all minority. So as I said that the recently in Deng's regime, the 35,000 mosques reopened and 46 clergymen, means priests working in China. So it means that the China is very much concerned about the protection of the minority rights and especially the freedom of their religion and belief. And Mao himself has said that during the revolution period and after the revolution that when he became the chairman, that the country is totally uh, not competent, not fully, a state cannot achieve the all kind of uh, prestige and international recognition if the minorities of the state are in a very deplorable or very sad situation. So Mao himself want to give some positive and some uh, uh, human rights to all minority community. And Article 36 is very good. With regard to Article 35, as Professor Devashish has said that yes, freedom of speech and expression, but most important is that whenever we are talk about the freedom of speech and expression, the the important thing is that what is our duties. Your speech should not disturb. Your speech should not create any chaos in the society. So you are entitled to give all kind of freedom of speech, but please understand that when we talk about a lot of rights, don't forget your duties. That's why Chinese people don't speak irresponsibly. Means that you can have your political opinion, but you must use this opinion in a sensible manner. Similarly, that you know that on the state congress also and local congress, provincial government is also working, and there is a special region, means Xinjiang has special region, means China believe in the autonomy. That way the China has given lot of autonomy to the other regional authority, regional state. For example, Inner Mongolia's region, Xinjiang autonomous region, Tibetan autonomous regions, etc etc. And these regions are entitled to work under the RNAL, regional national autonomy law. Means that to allocate fund to distribute, to develop their own activities, to ensure economic growth and the local issues. Means the fund is enough for all kind of development activities under the regional national autonomy law. Yeah, this was the uh, and every year the fund is increasing. Uh, Now coming to the what is the judicial system and the Supreme Court of China, as Professor Devashish has given a very wonderful information about the court structure and the judicial system of the Chinese constitution. That Article 123 is talk about the Supreme Court of China, and as a Supreme Court is also responsible to the NPC. Supreme Court can't take any dispute, can't intervene issue and or dispute between the CPC and all these things. I mean, CPC, you know that the supreme authority in China, and even Supreme Court also know that this fact that so all kind of dispute means settled through the, and there are jurisdiction is there, that the civil, criminal, and constitution matter also. And so most important thing is the Article 128, which says that the Supreme Court of China is responsible for the to the National People Congress, and only the NPC means NPC can amend the constitution of China, but the NPC can amend the constitution of China, but cannot remove the basic idea of Chinese constitution. Basic idea of Chinese constitution is that China is a socialist state. Means even the corporate sectors, industries, enterprises, even they can't think about against the socialist, and they are bound to implement the some of the progressive labor laws, and that's why the China has produced a largest middle class in the world. So this is very unprecedented. It is so impressive record of China. Now coming to the next slide, this is my next slide says that protection of ethnicity and minority right in China. See, as I said earlier, that Tibetan Uyghurs and Kazakh and Mongols, etc., are the major minority group, and China ethnic group are living together with some concentration. As Sir has said, that the Xinjiang is the people where the Uyghur are the in majority, and Inner Mongolia region is the where the Mongols are in majority. They are in good numbers, and you will be surprised to know that China accommodated the largest Muslim community. Means the Muslim of China is more than the whatever total population of the Malaysia or any Middle East common Middle East nation of the Gulf. So this is very interesting that despite such a large minority community of Muslim, China has given a lot of preferential treatment. Although these are not mentioned in the Chinese constitution, but after 2001, a lot of guidelines and a lot of reforms, you can say, the affirmative actions policy launched by the CPC, and now you can see the Chinese Muslim in all kind of jobs and education sector also. But thing is that China will never tolerate the separatist movement in Xinjiang, and the so-called Turkistan or Uyghuristan radical movement or Turkestan freedom movement. Is all these organizations, as per the information available to the Chinese intelligence and Chinese government, that supported by the foreign countries, means that how China can compromise with its sovereignty. And China know that China suffered a lot in the past. If China allows such kind of things, it is the beginning of the disintegration of China, like the Soviet Union. This is the apprehension of Chinese Communist Party. So thing is that they are minority living in large number in China, different places, but all these minorities closely under watch, because the reports of collusion, and or you can say the uh, uh, support or finance or kind of a conspiracy by the foreign countries and can't be ignored. And that is the reason. And most important thing is that recently China has developed a friendly relation with the all Muslim country. For example, you can see that recently China has made a very strong relation with Saudi Arabia, and China do not want to disturb the its ally in Middle East, and especially Saudi Arabia and in Iran. So that why the China has given some kind of relaxation and some treatment, positive treatment to the minority community, especially the Muslim. This is the now coming to the next slide. Uh, yeah, international human rights law and China. China, as I said earlier, that China is uh, one of the most important country in the UN, and he's a member of the Security Council. And if you look at the Chinese history, uh, uh, it is very difficult to find out that the China has uh, disobey or disregard the international convention, or you know that. Is it also true that China has allowed UN uh, observer who were pretty critical about the how China is treating their minority in Xinjiang, and the so-called concentration camp, as BBC and CNN propagated against China. Uh, I think that they they should place some kind of evidence before making such allegation against China. So yes, China is okay. China is ready to investigate the matter, but where is the evidence? And most of the talk and most of the allegation, simply the allegation is that you, and they have their own vested interest to making or tarnish the image of China, because China is the only country in the world who can give a big competition to the hegemony of US in the international trade. And that is the big reason of why US is afraid of China. Expansion of China in throughout the Indian Ocean and the Middle East and African region also. That is the thing. Why I'm saying that China has also signatory party of the UN Declaration of Rights of Minorities, which says that the all members, the signatory party, must give equal treatment and protect the human right of the religious, linguistic, and cultural minorities. So China, how China can ignore? China is the signatory party. So China has also
Sir, you are not audible.
Dear participants, I think he has lost his connection. Kindly bear with us for a moment.
Sir is joining again. So wait.
Okay, so in meanwhile, Ms. Kanika, you can take the questions for the professor.
Yes, sir. So firstly, I would like to thank all the speakers, Professor B.R. Deepak sir, Professor Debashish Chaudhary sir, Dr. Narendra Nagarwal sir, for sharing such significant insights and knowledge on the position of minorities in both China and India, as not many of us are aware about the Chinese constitution and also how both these countries are balancing the rights of these minorities. Also, I'm extremely grateful to Professor Alka Chawla ma'am for providing us with this opportunity to gather useful information on the topics of such importance. So now we will proceed with the Q&A session.
Kanika, I have yet to complete. I think I am joined because I lost my
Sure,
I lost my connection.
Yes,
I'm very
sir.
sorry for this disturbance. I don't
It's
know
okay,
how.
sir. You're completely
Please,
audible now. You
I am
can
just
go
joining
ahead.
with my. Yeah, please,
Okay.
please. Thank you, thank you. I request JP Meena sir kindly uh, connect me with this sharing the screen so that I can share my screen. Mr. JP Meena sir.
Yes, please give the moment. Yes, now you can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Is screen audible, visible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yes, audible. Yeah. So the screen is visible to all of you. It's PPT.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. So as I said earlier, that China is one of the important signatory party of the UN body, and China has also reaffirmed the maximum international law for the commitment of all kind of respect to the international human rights, like including the Convention of Right to Child and elimination of all kind of racial discrimination. This is very, very significant to understand that. See, there are two things about the Chinese studies. One is what is the perception and what is the reality. The perception among the students and academicians and the public at large about China is that the China is a very ruthless state, and it is has no respect for the human rights and the minority right especially. But the reality, if they look at the Chinese society and the how Chinese society work and the how they treat their minorities, it's totally different. There is completely mismatch of what is the perception and build up by the essentially by the uh, Western media. So this is very, very important. Now coming to the protection of Uyghur Muslim, as I said, that yeah, Uyghur Muslim is the one of the most important subject international law and international human rights area, and you know that all these are the Muslims, and
the thing is that they are the Muslim with Turkish origin, or means that their nationality, their ethnicity very close to the CIS country, or you can say the Turkic Mongols basically they are. And I don't have much information whether about how many people belong to the Shia and Sunni, but majority of the people, as per the latest information I have, they are belong to the Sunni sects and they follow the Hanafi law school. And um, China first in 1955 established a Chinese Islamic Organization. This is the body which closely work with the NPC, National People Congress, and the State Congress, and they also execute and launch all many programs of poverty alleviation, economic development, industrialization, jobs, etc. And it's a kind of, this Chinese Islamic Organization is work like a kind of a you can say a kind of a commission, or a kind of a audit kind of commission that give a report how many Muslims working in the government jobs and industries, and their per capita income, what is their economic status, what is their education status, etc. And most importantly, the Chinese Islamic Organization also work to ensure the cultural and the religious freedom of China, of Chinese Muslim, Uyghur Muslim. And I think you are aware about this incident which happened in 1990, 2009 or 2006. I think one lady, Miss Rabia Kadir, she migrated to the US, and she made a lot of allegations against China about the human rights violation, etc., and the kind of atrocities. And the thing is that that when she made this allegation, and the next month, after when the Chinese government or her own daughters appeared in the Chinese TV, and her own daughters rejected all the allegations made by her mother, that nothing like that, whatever she has said about Xinjiang and the people and the other Uyghur Muslim neighbor working living in this. So this is the kind of a propaganda you can see. Yeah, what is the major grievances of the Uyghur Muslim? In my view, most my respected colleagues, Professor Deepak and Professor Debash Chaudhary may correct me, but in my understanding, the Uyghur Muslims' major grievances is that the separatist, it is almost impossible to concede their demand of a separate state. China has given a lot of autonomy to these Uyghur Muslims, the freedom of religion, and also they have given the linguistic autonomy. And the only thing is that the lower level officials in the lower bureaucracy of the state in Xinjiang, they actually running a kind of a campaign against all kind of religious practice that hurts the Uyghur, on all who is Muslims. Similarly, the Tibetan minority also facing a kind of a campaign against religion. You know what happened in the cultural revolution, that the destruction and the devastation of the all religious places and the Buddhist monastery in the Tibetan also. But after 1982, the reforms of the Deng Xiaoping and the lot of reforms introduced, for example, the autonomy and RN, regional national autonomy law passed, and more funds pumped into the Xinjiang and Inner Mongolian region and Tibet also. So this is the correct picture about the Uyghur Muslim. I think I have already mentioned that what is the Mao Zedong philosophy about minority. Mao was very much in favor of the giving some favorable and linguistic and religious right to the. Although Mao himself anti-religious, you can say, but Mao role is very great to establish a secular society, and not only secular society but to secularize the people also of China. This is very important to understand. protection of minority. Yeah, as I said earlier, in Article 36 and Article 50, but major focus has been given in China. That is, what is the duty of the citizens, and China principally recognize 10 language of minority community, and means that the Chinese people, the people of minority community, can study in their own language also. This is very significant to understand that a lot of people are totally unaware about this kind of things. These are the ground of tension. Means demand of separate Turkestan or Uzbekistan is totally unacceptable. Means that can we India also take the example of India. What is our position about the separatist movement in Northeast, or what is our stand on the what we how we resolve the problem of Assam and in Punjab, the Khalistan demand. So each and every country is entitled to protect its sovereignty, and every country want to maintain its sovereignty intact. I think nothing wrong in it. So this is the my argument about the ground of tension. Yeah, position of when as I said, that what is the Deng Xiaoping philosophy about the Chinese growth, that socialism does not means to ameliorate or alleviate the poverty. Yes, poverty has been done away in China in recently, but the growth the China has achieved in the last 30 to 40 years, it's very unprecedented. And this growth has been also given the some kind of relaxation or some kind of benefit to the minority community also. So if a state prosper, the benefit is reached to all sections of society, irrespective of caste and community and creed, etc. So you know that the impressive growth of 9% annually, it is historic, and the benefit of this growth also reached to the all minorities and all sections of society in China. If you are talking about Xinjiang, if you visit the Xinjiang, it is like a heaven. Means the massive development, the what a finest quality of roads, structure, buildings, schools, colleges, universities. In which almost in every sphere China has done a remarkable job. So this is very important. You know that at present, as I already said, 35,000 mosques and 46,000 clergymen appointed by China, and they are on the payroll of the government. Xinjiang enjoying the special fund scheme under the regional national autonomy law. China, as I said, what is the main agenda of this propaganda against China is that US economy is much low if we compare with China. China is much ahead with the US, and China is 5 times ahead from India also in defense budget and in per capita income also, and our economy is much lower than China. So the agenda is very clear, that to not to allow any superpower. China, if any country in the world who can give a befitting reply to US hegemony is the China, and US does not want to see China in its a big challenger in the international relation or international politics. So this is the main reason of the all kind of in my view, the propaganda. Coming to these are the references of my. I am very thankful Professor B.R. Deepak's work. I have given a lot of credit to him, and Gilbert Sebastian, Professor Manoranjan Mohanty also, and Professor Jang Bai also. Thank you all. I welcome all kind of questions from the audience. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll be proceeding now with the Q&A session. So I will be restricting to just 2 questions each speaker, as we are short on time. So first is from B.R. Deepak sir. So Govind from Hyderabad is asking, sir, my question is why Dalai Lama is not seeking UN help if there is a huge human rights violation against Tibetan minorities? So this is the first question, sir. Bia Deepak, sir, this is for you. Question.
Okay, so shall I
Should I
answer
repeat?
it now?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, so why Dalai Lama is not speaking of the human rights violations in Tibet? I think we have to demarcate here, because Dalai Lama is the spiritual leader of of Tibet, and being the highest maybe office holder, but no, officially he's not there now. It is the Tibetan Parliament and their Prime Minister, so they execute the day-to-day work. And I think it is in that capacity that he did not raise the issues of human rights violations in China. But this doesn't mean that a Tibetan, for example, in exile, or their other organizations, especially the youth organization, whether it is Tibetan Youth Organization, TYC, which of course has been labeled as separatist organization by China. In fact, Dalai Lama himself has been categorized as a separatist, by China. In fact, it was in 1959 when he fled Tibet, and in 1965 when the TAR, Tibet Autonomous Region, was founded, that he was pronounced as a traitor and separatist by China. That's why a new autonomous region in China was declared. So Dalai Lama, as such, given his position, he will not attack government of China, and he has never attacked. If you see, his pronouncement right from maybe I would say, when there was a normalization of relationship between India and China, post Rajiv Gandhi's China visit in 1988. After that, because there were, you can say, behind the doors negotiations or some sort of context between China and Tibetan government in exile going on. So Dalai Lama was not attacking. Of course, before that, we have seen a lot of statements emanating from Dalai Lama himself attacking China's violation of human rights in Tibet. But after that, I think he has been very, very compassionate, very, very, you can say, tactful, not to, attack China upfront, but his other organization or affiliated NGOs. So they have been relentlessly attacking China on its human violation. And I think those who are interested, they should go through the state of Tibetan movement in exile, as well as the kind of white papers they keep on issuing. And one was issued last year, which I have quoted, in my couple of slides. So yes, they have been, attacking China. For example, there are the cases of self-immolations, and this white paper also talks about these. And there are also various other injustices, they have been highlighted, whether they are in terms of language discrimination or, the Tibetan being selected in government offices or the various other places. And I think we have to be mindful when we are, seeing Tibetans' position within China and the statements emanating from His Holiness as well as the government in exile. So there would be, a huge maybe variance or variation as far as the statement or the status quo in Tibet is concerned. But I think as a spiritual leader who is the compassionate Buddha, I don't think Dalai Lama will react what Chinese government say, even if they attack him as a wolf in sheep's skin. But Dalai Lama will never, maybe counterattack. Of course, his people, they may, wherever they are, whether they are in India or elsewhere in the world.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll proceed with the second question. What is the position and status of Tibetan minorities in the governance and administration jobs in China?
This is also for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think as far as minorities and central government relations in China are concerned, most of the positions in government maybe machinery inside Tibet. So it is held by the Tibetan people. There is no doubt about it. But the leadership of the party, it is supreme, and that is why we have never seen any minority nationality person being elevated to the position of the party secretary. So if you see the list of the party secretary right from 1951, I would say 1965, ever since TAR was established, no Tibetan, not only in Tibet but also in other autonomous regions, never ethnic minority person was catapulted to the position of party secretary. And that is, party is beyond, in fact, I would say the party is beyond the constitution of China also, because if there is a supervision, it is the supervision of the, I would say, a government on the officials or the cadres, but there is no supervisory mechanism, so that would question the, you can say, supervision of the party itself, or rather it is party supervising the party, I would say. And that could be reflected in whatever campaigns, whether it is this, tiger and fly anti-corruption campaign going on in China at this point in time. And of course, there are positions at, you can say, the vice chairman, whether they are of the NPC or the local, legislative bodies. There you will find even party secretary, deputy party secretary of the Communist Party of China, whether Tibet or other minority areas. It is given to the local peoples, but local ethnic minorities, but not the leadership position. But as far as I've been work, you can say allocation. Naturally, if you have Mandarin, if you have efficiency in Mandarin, then naturally you would be preferred. And Mandarin and Tibetan, both the languages, so they are taught in TAR. And I would say that maybe cities, perhaps, in government institution, where now the trends, especially the population trends, are also showing in that the Han Chinese, so they are increasing in proportion in cities. So therefore, in government machinery, I suspect that more Han would be, preferred, but not in, all other government maybe machineries. For example, at village level, at township level, at county level, and then at the provincial city office level. So I think these peripheral government machineries, right from provincial level to the village level, mostly I would still say that they are being governed by the locals only, except the top leadership.
Thank you so much, sir. So further, these questions are from Devashish Chaudhary, sir. Anita from Amity University, Delhi is asking, Sir, I want to ask you whether Xinjiang Uyghur Muslims also have their own personal laws or they follow uniform civil code throughout the country.
Xinjiang has some Xinjiang government time to time, as I mentioned, that local people's congresses has also make laws. They have legislative power, but most of the laws they have to restrict within the constitutional limit. But at the same time, there are certain laws which sometimes, especially the law I mentioned, that implementation of national anti-terrorism law. Xinjiang has enacted this regulation, but in other provinces it did not happen. So actually, the justification of enacting this law in Xinjiang is anti-terrorism struggle or de-radicalization, de-extremization kind of measures they have taken. So, but yes, they do. But universal law is there is, and in fact, not only regional level, prefectures also make laws. Prefecture level, people's congresses also make laws, and county level people's congresses also make laws. But sometimes, but at the same time, I mentioned that there is a problem with the judicial authority and local people's congresses, is that sometimes there is no parity, that the local level courts actually answerable to local people's congresses. So there is sometimes some kind of dual leadership is actually creates some kind of problem. So, and in fact, earlier in the beginning, some people were saying that was some kind of protectionism practiced by regions, but actually problem lies in the legal framework. So, but they have they make their laws. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. So next question is for you as well. What is the status of affirmative actions policies for Uyghur Muslims in China? Our Chinese authorities have given some relaxation to Xinjiang province minorities. If yes, of what kind?
See, in policy level, there used to be some kind of preferences, and policy level means that, see, giving birth to child, how many births a Uyghur couple can have. So in these cases, there were some relaxation, but at the same time, they kept on restricting this kind of policies as well. So, but now, I mean, at one point of time when China was strictly following, it is not specific to Xinjiang. Problem is not specific to Xinjiang. Throughout China, when they were following one-child policy, actually many Han people throughout China gone through tremendous problem when they had another baby. Okay, so this was the situation, and in Xinjiang there were some kind of relaxation. This is one aspect. Another aspect is education and training. But overall, this does not reflect in a big way especially as far as if you see, means because of bilingualism and all these things, most of the time Uyghurs cannot have similar level of proficiency in Chinese. So in job market, the discrimination remains. Okay, so so there is no actually this questions is such that there is no straightforward answer as well. Okay, because it is it is not easy to resolve or satisfy anybody's aspiration to a certain extent. But at the same time, the way they are doing, question is, that's why when I was talking about legal aspects, I said that problem lies in the constitutional itself as well. Constitution does not mention preferential treatment. Constitution does not mention, and even for till 2001, Chinese autonomy law did not have any mention of these provisions. So, so this is that. This is my answer.
Thank you so much, sir. So next questions are from you, Dr. Narendra Nagarwal, sir. Irfan from Delhi is asking, sir, my question is why Pakistan is not raising the human rights issue of Uyghur Muslims of China, since Prime Minister Imran Khan is trying to become a torchbearer of Muslims cause of all Islamic countries.
Yes, I am also confused about right question, that why Islamic world is keeping silent on the so-called or alleged human rights violation of Uyghur Muslim in Xinjiang. And Pakistan Prime Minister is also is maintaining a suspicious silence. Why he's not raising his voice against the alleged human rights violation? And I think that Pakistan own vested interests, especially the economic compulsions, and the Pakistan is the all-weather friends of China. That is the main reason that Pakistan do not want to annoy or want to disturb his friendly relation with China. This is not the case of Uyghur Muslim. You can see the same situation with the Rohingya Muslim, and when the lot of information and reports coming out from the Myanmar, the brutal treatment by the military junta against Rohingya Muslims, the entire Muslim world was maintaining a suspicious silence. It is very sad, but what we can do? I am also confused why the Pakistan is not making any voice of not raising the issue of the Uyghur Muslim. If there is it means that for Pakistan, whatever happening in Xinjiang against Uyghur Muslim is not a big issue. Basically, as I said earlier in my lecture also, that I think that China has not witnessed any kind of communal massacre. Some isolated incident of the blast and in 2006 and 2009, some blast and terrorist activities in Xinjiang. But China has controlled these activities, and they have streamlined, and they remove all kind of problem created or troublemaking element from the Xinjiang. I'm also confused why Islamic organizations and Islamic countries are not raising any voice against the so-called human rights violation in China. Yeah, I think this is my answer.
Can I replenish a bit? If I
may? Please, sir, go ahead.
Just maybe half a minute, 30 seconds or so. So I think why Pakistan and Islamic countries, so they have been silent on what is going on in Uyghur. I think it is economic interest, to be very frank. For example, this China-Pakistan economic corridor, which is of huge value to Pakistan, $62 billion project of the century, as it's called. It runs from Kashgar to Gwadar. So that is one consideration, and then of course Pakistan doesn't want to antagonize China. As far as Central Asian Republic is concerned, again, most of them, they are Muslim majority countries, and they are the partners with China in their economic development. And China has uplifted, I would say, the economic standards in these countries by investing hugely, whether it is Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, or Kyrgyzstan. So you can see, but at the same time, there is a lot of, you can say, apprehensions in China, what is going on in these neighboring countries, because they have Turkic origin population, and China is extremely sensitive towards that. China's trade with Central Asian Republic is already, crossed $40 billion, a little bit down what it had in maybe 2 or 3 years back. It was almost $45 billion. And FAM is true to the Middle East. So you can say China is one of the biggest players as far as economic dependence of Middle East is concerned. A lot of energy supplies, whether it is Saudi Arabia or Iran. So it is coming from there, and no one would like to disturb this balance, including Russia. I think on this count, I would support Narendra Agarwal, that why US is enacting various laws, whether it is Tibet Policy Support Law enacted by Trump in 2020, or Xinjiang Forced Labor Law by Biden in 2021. This reflects uneasiness of the United States. Do you think that if there were these human rights violations taking place in China prior to these amendments in United States Constitution, it is not difficult to understand why, because US investment was there in China, and now when the tables are turned, so of course the US is wanting to put China down. So that is also one of the stark realities we have to admit. So I will thank you for letting me intervene at this point in time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So further, Neha from Bangalore says, sir, your views are totally opposite to what we see and read on media about minorities. Why we should believe in your information? And are you saying all the information on CNN and BBC are wrong about China? Sir, Narendra Agarwal, sir.
See, I am not here to impose or enforce my views to the students and listeners of this participant of this webinar. But see, I'm not saying that whatever I'm saying is correct. But as I said in the very beginning of my address, that if you want to understand the structure, the state, the policy, the constitution, you have to take a very neutral and very independent perspective. If you go by the media reports and the propaganda machinery of the West, and I'm not saying that they are entirely wrong. Yes, some wrong things might be happening in Xinjiang against Uyghur, Tibetan minority. Yes, I can admit. But if you compare the violence and the discrimination with the other countries, for example, what the CNN and the BBC are, why we are CNN and the BBC are silent when they destroyed the entire civilization in Iraq? Why they are silent about whatever they happened in Libya, in Yemen? So you should not be be honest about the Western's treatment, media criticism about China. You know that in my view, Western media want to tarnish the image of China, because media do not want to put China against the US as a big competitor. If any country in the world who can give the befitting reply to the American capitalism, it is the China, and China has expanded its activities in Africa and Middle East also. And as Sir has said, the BRI initiative and the massive investment of China in Pakistan, all these things creating a worry to the minds of the American policymaker, and that is the reason of the propaganda machinery is working against China. I'm not saying that whatever I said is, you just inquire and go and see. If I am wrong, you can counter me. But whatever I'm saying about what is the available document. If you look at the journey of China, you can see that recent Professor Manoranjan Mohanty of Delhi University, he visited China in 1980. He meet a person who was living in slum in the early 80s. Now the same family living in a posh uh, apartment in Shanghai. It means that this small example can show the tremendous development in China. That we have to admit the China's growth, and China has made a very consistently a very impressive growth rate, and it is never happened in the world throughout across the world. So I'm not saying I'm wrong. You just inquire, and just if you have some counter view, you can contact me, or you can, and if you want to hold your own opinion about Chinese growth, or whatever I'm saying is wrong, you can have it. What can I say? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'll proceed with the other question. So Jayashree from Allahabad says, Sir, I want to ask you, what is your stand on massive crackdown by China in Hong Kong against journalists, students, and the NGOs? How you justify Chinese action in Hong Kong? That is the question, sir. Yes, sir.
Me?
Yes, for you,
Okay.
sir.
See, the webinar is basically entirely on the focusing on the minority rights and balancing the constitutional provisions, and what is the China stand on the minority right, not about the Hong Kong. We can have a separate webinar on the whatever happening in Taiwan or Hong Kong, etc. But yes, I acknowledge that whatever law recently, a very draconian law enacted by the China, that is national security law, and the massive crackdown against journalists and civil society members, and I can't justify the Chinese action. I strongly condemn whatever happening in Hong Kong by the Chinese authority and Chinese police. No doubt about it. I think I have given my answer.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Further, we have assorted questions from all the speakers and their views about detention camp, what about the forced labor of Muslims, stories of tortures on minorities revealed by Chinese whistleblowers, as from Utsav Singh. Any of the speakers can answer this. So this is a sorted question.
Devashish, you can handle it because it is related to Xinjiang.
Could you please repeat the question once again?
Sure, sir. Give me a second, just a second.
Detention camp and
Yeah, it is about the concentration camps, or the so-called re-education camps in Xinjiang, where people say that around 1 million people are detained there forcefully.
Yes. So, see ground situation. What is ground situation? It's very difficult to understand. Somebody questioned about reports in Western media, but that is the only report we have to depend on. But how will depend? We have to analyze those reports. And at the same time, if there is any information from Chinese media, then you have to make some kind of parallel story. Otherwise, see, this is a research cannot be done without taking two separate views, Chinese views and Western views. We, as the Indian scholars, we are in between possibly, and sometimes we don't endorse Western views, but at the same time, detention center. Detention center is, if you want to say that whether this is a reality or not, whether there is no detention center. If Chinese say that there is no detention centers, also vocational training center, and they are saying that only. So with adequately acknowledging Chinese position, we have to see what is happening from the information we get, because main source of information we got from those people who lived in detention centers or vocational training center previously, and especially Kazakh people. So this is one aspect. So another aspect is vocational training center. For that, do you need a huge detention center, and not only one, number of detention centers? So if Chinese say there is no detention center, I accept that. If they say that they claim that this is vocational training center, I will question, did you never try to train common Uyghur people, vocational training? You never did it. Do you have separate policies regarding vocational training? So my question is, I am questioning both, that how much, if it is a propaganda from West that needs to be countered, at the same time, the propaganda team in China is also, they have a ministry of propaganda. So they are quite efficient in doing propaganda. So being an objective scholar, from objective point of view, see that both the propaganda I discussed, and I have to bring out, for example, one study I did, some violent incidents took place in China. There is a regular reporting for 2-3 months in that Free Asia. What is that? That is an organization. They keep on writing on China and other countries, and so they kept on publishing a series of articles on the same issue. Okay, so I don't, when I studied all this, there is no contradiction. There is a story. Is I could found a story which is more close to Uyghur official views, Uyghur organizations which are active throughout the world, their views. And then China has its own propagandist kind of claim. At the same time, that is the time China started saying that people from those who are fighting in Syria, they are coming back. So, but question is, but this is to a certain extent, this is a reality. But how many people are coming back and making chaos and riots and some violence, doing some violence in Xinjiang, that is questionable. Okay, so how many people are going to Syria to fight in AI and IAA or something, IAA, and then coming back, getting training. So getting training and coming back, is it not a, it is not a huge force? So few people are going and coming. So this happened, and this is not today. It happened earlier as well. During Taliban period, in the beginning, when violence started in Xinjiang in the early 90s, what happened after Afghan war? Those during Afghan war, many people went, and Chinese government encouraged Uyghur to join against against Soviet Union, and came back. They got some training. They came back and started doing some kind of certain. They learned how to make bomb and how to make some kind of creating some kind of violence here and there. But it was scattered incidents, scattered and sporadic. The violence in Xinjiang is scattered and sporadic throughout this. And when somebody is saying there is no interethnic tension or interethnic violence or anything, 2009 riot in Urumqi is an exception. In many ways, that kind of incident never happened in Xinjiang as well. And during in the reform period or in post-Mao period. So when as a researcher on Xinjiang, our main problem is we have a very huge gap from information. So we have to judge information, very systematically analyze the information we get, whether it is from Uyghur official sources, means Uyghur exile organizations, or Western press, or Chinese press. So thank you. This is my answer. So
thank you so much.
okay, detention. Okay, detention center. Yes, that same story lies here. But that's what I was saying, that vocational training, if they really want to do, why they have gathered people and keep them in one place and giving vocational training? That can be done in a very normally. So this this is my answer.
Thank you so much, sir. I guess we've done with all the questions, and I would really like to thank all our speakers for giving us such beautiful insights on the topic. Over to you, Mr. Jayaprakash, sir. I would like to.
Okay.
You can just conclude now.
Okay. So now I'm here to deliver the vote of thanks for this beautiful discussion on this topic, and which is very current topic, relevant topic in nowadays. So I would like to give my vote of thanks to all the three speakers, that Professor B.R. Deepak, and he delivered a very interactive address on the China and Tibet beyond the constitutional autonomy. And the next speaker is Dr. Debashish Chaudhary, also presented very good way in that protection of the minority right in the Xinjiang problem and the resolution through the legal and political means. Now I'm coming to our webinar director and the third speaker of the webinar, that is the Dr. Narendra Nagarwal. He is delivered his address on the debating the constitutionalism and the balancing the minority rights in China and India. So in all these lectures, that all the discussion, the participants came to know about the various dimensions of the China, the Tibet, Indian constitutional minority rights. How in the three speakers try to answer in very lucid way. They all the answer in a very short way. I know that, but because of we also have to keep in mind the time constant. Also, otherwise we will have to increase our question and answer session. So, in absentia, I also thankful to our professor in charge, Professor Dr. Alka Chawla, who allowed us for this discussion. And this kind of discussion in academics are very necessary. And we are, since now it is a pandemic period, so now it's going on virtual. I hope that very soon we will have on physical way. So see you soon in a very physical way. So thank you once again. Thank you. And I'm also thankful to these student teams, and these student volunteer make hard efforts to make it successful. Ms. Kanika, Ms. Timothy, Mr. Akshay Divedi, Mr. Sanjeev, the RCL student, they also made their effort. So thanks to you also. Okay, now thank you so much. Now I'm ending it.
Thank you. May I say something, sir?
Yes.
Sir, it's really an honor to share the online platform with Professor Deepak and Professor Debashish sir. And first time the Faculty of Law organizing a legal related and constitutional related academic series on different neighboring countries. And first time we are organizing the webinar on the Chinese area. The thing is that, sir, very few people have a accurate information. Sir, what do you think about this scarcity of the study material? For example, if I want to study about the Chinese constitution, the Chinese criminal legal system, except the Institute of Chinese Study, not a single institution is working in this country. Yes, JNU is working very good job, but except JNU, why this kind of scarcity, sir? What is your take on this?
I think this is an extended session, but anyway, I'm happy to answer that. This, boils down to the question of China studies and its status in India as such. And a lot has been talked about it, but I think a lot has to be done, especially in the terms of quality over quantity. Because there is no quality research as far as China studies in India is concerned. Off late, I would say that some of the scholars like Dr. Debashish, so they have produced good work, but the pool as such in India, it is very, very limited, and especially those who are equipped with the knowledge of Chinese, that is Mandarin, it makes it even more difficult, so to penetrate into the so-called black box of China. And I think it is from this perspective that, especially the area studies, which I think, law, Chinese law, the comparative studies of Indian and Chinese law, so they are not taking place in this country the way it should have been. India and China, they are huge countries, and you are aware that even during pandemic years, our trade, it has catapulted to 125 billion US dollars, even after a lot of acrimonies and bloodshed in Galwan, so on and so forth. That shows the kind of potential that is between two countries, but the same is not been reciprocated as far as development of China studies and building capacities in this country is concerned. So building capacities in China studies, whether our relation, I've been emphasizing this point time and again, whether our relationship with China is benevolent or malevolent, we have to understand China, we have to study China. There is no escape. So therefore, in order to diversify into various area studies of China and bring in the instrument of interdisciplinarity, that would create better environment for China studies in India, and that would also produce people like Debashish in this country, those who specialize on certain areas and issues of that country. This has not happened. I mean, we have started China studies very late. That is okay, but this is no excuse, not to producing knowledge about China, or genuine knowledge, not the fake knowledge, or not the knowledge through third prism, or maybe the third eye, that is the Western eye, which we have been talking about. We need to develop our own understanding, our own objectivity to understand China the way India should see and coordinate, with our national policy goals. So that has to be happen. And I hope, but I'm optimistic, at least maybe the future 10 years, the coming decade, I think China is rising, continuously rising. It is the only hegemon which has challenged the sole existing hegemon. If you see the facts, it's become $18 trillion economy, near about $18 trillion economy. Even if the growth rate in China, it has plummeted to 4% in the last quarter, even if plummeted to 3%, imagine the magnitude of $18 trillion economy to the annual growth of China. So it is huge, and we are not even $3 trillion economy. So that means the gap is increasing, it is widening, asymmetries are increasing. Therefore, we have to understand, I think, the initiative which you have taken to organize such a conference, such a seminar, even if it is on web, it will create certain awareness. And I'm happy the kind of questions they were coming in, I think, during the paucity of time, owing to the paucity of time, we were not been able to address. I wish, we could engage with each and everyone and answer to all the questions, because it is important, even if we are having sort of a little bit dialogue, with the audience, the students. I think that is important, extremely important, as far as building understanding about our major neighbor is concerned. So I think there is a lot to talk about, but I will not go on, and the professors, they keep on talking and they will never stop, so that is another problem. So I'll stop myself here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all once again.
Thank you all, and thank you, sir.